Happy New Year! What's up, everybody? It's been a little bit. I've been gone on my own personal vacation. What's up, everybody? What's going on here? What's going on?
Hello there.
Alright. So, obviously, there's a lot of things we need to talk about here. I just need to get, like, something on the screen here. I need to get something on the screen. See if we can get this working. Oh my god. My face isn't effed up. Oh no. Oh my goodness. What's happening? What is happening? Oh my god. Oh geez. Look at this. Who is that gremlin on the screen? How you guys doing? It's been like half a year since I showed my face. How y'all doing? How are y'all doing today? How is everything going? Hi. How you doing? It's nice to officially meet you all. What's up, guys? Make sure you're still alive. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. I need to make sure that I'm been chilling. Whew, it's been like what, 2 weeks since, maybe like a week and a half since I streamed, but there's a reason for that, you know. I was kidnapped on Christmas and New Year, so that way I wasn't allowed to be here. It was an uneventful kidnapping, and I was forced to be crowded around in a room full of people that kind of share my blood, and we're forced to eat, open boxes of presents and stuff. You know, I got this as a present. got this shirt as a present. What's up, guys? What's up? Today is going to be the only time where you're going to hear me be incredibly critical, not just negative, but also positive, with a game that we've been playing for, what's going on, like a half a year now. We're going to be talking about that. The game is not on right now because every time I play the game, it messes everything up, and like the camera gets messed up, the background gets messed up, so I'm going to try and use browsers to show and tell all of the things that I'm trying to critique. So let's try that. Because I don't want to open the game to show you, but there are some things that I probably will have to open the game for to show in terms of an example, because this is going to be like the ultimate kind of guide. I'm going to be recording this, and I'm going to be putting this up as like a separate video on the channel. And then after that, we'll talk about like what's the future of this channel, what's going to happen with this particular channel, and what kind of projects I have lining up in the future. So that's what we're going to try and do. It's not going to be clean, I will say, but it's definitely going to be something. Let's get back here. Start this over here. Boop. All right. So unless I have to turn that back on, actually, I could just do something with that. No, let me forward that back here. I'm gonna put this back in here. Here we go. So, with a title like this, I expect anything but clean. It's going to be something. Let's just say that. It's going to be something. I have a lot to say about Dawntrail as it is, and the first thing I should probably do is show you what kind of deranged idea I've had to go through in order to kind of like mind map all of this. Which, speaking of mind map, let me just find the button. So this is my deranged brain. I want you to look at that real quick. I'm gonna try and put a recording on this. Let's see if everything will just flow through while I'm doing this. This is my brain right now when it comes to Dawntrail. I had to segment all of this down thanks to a little place called a Coggle, right? I am not doing any kind of like promotion on this, but hey, what's up, Yui? This is my brain on Dawntrail, and this is what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be going through this chart. It probably doesn't look as menacing to some of you, and to a good number of you, you're probably confused as to like how am I supposed to, what is this? how do I even navigate this? This is Dawntrail for me. This is the review that we're going to go through. We're going to be looking at different segments at a time, and hopefully you can understand why I have this kind of criticism for Dawntrail and why I think this way of Dawntrail, and perhaps maybe I can kind of cleanly explain myself when it comes to all of this. Hopefully this will be a lot smoother as we go on, and we're gonna start here with the story, which is the most important thing probably because it has the most amount of branches going off of it. Everything else is probably like 4 or 5. This one it branches off into 2 halves, which branches off into like 4 or 5 or 6 of them. The reason why we're starting off with story is because that's how it is for 14. It's mostly a story-based MMO where I would say that's probably the most important thing that we're gonna have to go through, right? Like the story. Let me say this. I don't hate the story. I don't hate the story. I don't hate the story. In fact, let me do this. I'm gonna turn this off real quick. That's supposed to be the background. I had to find this. It's called the Twin Faces of Fate. You can't really find that in the game anymore. Just to let you know. We'll talk about that too when we get into music. So I want to talk about the story of Dawntrail. What is it about the story that's good? What is it about it that's bad? Now, for those of you who are in the chat right now, probably sticking around, probably not, I want you to let me know what you guys think of the story real quick while I'm talking about all this, because here's my feeling. When we get into the story, it's like segmented into 2 halves, and those 2 halves have like one story which is, you know, trying to tell a certain kind of thing. And the second half is more traditional to the Final Fantasy that we all know, right? The first half is supposed to be you dealing with a certain situation that is brought up to you and you're asked to do. You're asked like a mercenary for some odd things, but you get invited to an island, right? To a continent, which is the New World or the Old World. I think it's the New World, technically, for a lot of people. But you end up in this place called Toyolo, right? And while you're there, you're helping your compatriot who is, Wuklamot. Now, Wuklamot, we're not going to talk about her yet, but we're going to talk about the scenario that you're in. The scenario that you're in is in a competition kind of thing. The fight for the throne, because she is competing against her 2 other siblings. And one other guy who just happens to be in there because he just so happens to have won a competition, and they needed a 4th candidate to be in there anyway. They're all in there, right? There's 4 of them that's in there. 3 siblings, 2 of them that are adopted by the big man himself, and Gulu Jaja, and obviously you're supposed to be thought. Okay, I have a problem with this. All right, let's start off with the big conniption here. So when it comes to Dawntrail, when it came to the trailer, let's look at the trailer first. So, oh, it doesn't do that anymore. So when it comes to the trailer, we're going to turn this off, right? And everything that you know, the trailer tells a whole different kind of story here. Here's Justinian for whatever reason, but you know, that's supposed to tell you like he's in there. You do fight Galu Jaja, so that is part of the story. Whether you're a Viper or not. Here's one of the misleading things here. What's Stola doing in this? She is doing her thing, doing research, but she does that in like what, the second half of the story. So kind of misleading here. And then where's my boy Grahatia? He's in here too, eating a taco. A little early, but he's in here too. Yeah, there's our boy right there. So the trailer is kind of misleading. I mean, I guess that's like part of the whole entire bit, but like in every other trailer, it's supposed to tell you just like little snippets of what happens in the story, not really kind of misleading. But I guess Grahatia does come here latter half of the story. Kind of misleads you into thinking that they'll be there sooner than later. You have our Pictomancer here, kind of like all over the place with this trailer. And then it shows you like, oh, look, this is the other continent, other place you're going to go to. This is the other continent. So that's, you know, that's all good. But I do have one singular problem with this. When we were introduced to Dawntrail, the one thing that they did say is that you will be competing with, because your compatriot is Wuklamot, you're going to be competing with other fellow Scions. You never know who you're going to be competing with. As you just saw, we had like Thancred and Urianger. We might be competing with them because they showed a little snippet of that. But the other thing that they were saying is that you might be competing against other Scions, whoever the other Scions were. And the people on your side was Aaronville and the twins, right? Along with Wuklamot. But the thing here is, there was no competition, really. The scenario was stuck in stone. There was no choice and no other way of seeing this other than, okay, so basically you're going to help the winner win. There was no stakes involved, really. There was no, like, twist within the turns of the story. You knew that Wuklamot was going to win. So that's why I have here fake competition scenario, because you already knew it was going to happen. You already knew that Wuklamot is going to win somehow, some way. And the only twist I would say is that Koana becomes the co-leader of the country. In my eyes, I thought that maybe all three of them was going to rule, and that was like the point, that three siblings were going to rule. But no, it was going to be the two, I guess, because Galoo Jaja's two heads, and that was more on the point, I think. But I was hoping that Zarulja was going to actually be in there. But it didn't happen. It did not happen. So we have like a kind of like a fake competition scenario where we're worried that who else is going to be helping out your competition other than, you know, Thancred and Urianger. But it was just Thancred and Urianger. So nobody else just showed up. Nobody was on like Zarul Jah's side except for that one guy. And so you're like, oh, okay. And then, you know, Bakul Jaja, yeah, nothing. He didn't have any Scions on his side. So it was kind of misleading. So what do we have in the first half? We have a lot of culture, and it's supposed to be a vacation. How in the world is this supposed to be a vacation? You're doing so much freaking work. You're going around. You're not really, like, there's a lot less like excitement within the first half, other than like, oh, it's just a bunch of competition, because we know whose story it really is. It's this one's. It's this. Like, here, this is how important she is compared to like what you are. This is her story. this is Wuklamot's story. This is how important she is. She is above everything here. This is basically her story. She even stretches herself into the second half, because that's how important she is. First half, I'm fine, but it's not a vacation. No, it's not a vacation. I'm not saying even the first half is bad. I'm just saying that for a lot of people who are trying to play another Final Fantasy game, right? They're expecting some sort of scenario where there's like, okay, so it's a vacation. Can I go around adventuring? No, you're actually babysitting somebody to go around and acting like a vacation. But like, one of the biggest things about this is that its culture is the mainstay of the first half. You're meeting all these tribes, all these people, which is all good. But for people whose interests involve a lot of high action, high mocktaine, so people wanted a lot more to do in the first half, and I feel for them for that one. I was okay with the first half, honestly. I was okay with learning culture, but I'm a lore head, so I was fine. It felt like a forced family trip that you're not allowed to explore, which is nothing more than a chore. Basically, you're babysitting the entire time. Exactly. You're babysitting most of the time. And when I say vacation, more of the same, when I say more of the same, this is what I mean by more of the same. There really isn't any kind of like diversion from the set path that you're put on. You're here to help Wooklamont. The only thing that really is like upsetting anything is the fact that they tell you you're finding the City of Gold. They tell you before you even play the game, you're trying to find the City of Gold. That's one of the main goals. They tell you at the beginning of the game you're finding the City of Gold, but there is like no real twist or turns. You're pretty much set on a path. You do learn about the culture, which is a big thing, and I do like that. I do like learning things about the culture, but for a lot of people, when this game came out, people were kind of upset at the fact that there wasn't anything more. And this is the reason why I say it's more of the same. Didn't really care all about Wooklamont, more interested in the Golden City, learning bits more of Kryl back in the story, and there's that too. And I forgot to put her in there. Let's add her in there. It's just Kryl, right? And she's gonna be in like both bits here because Kryl, her story, question mark for this one. Her story doesn't really get fleshed out until the second half, right? Because she's not all that important compared to Wooklamont. So Kryl gets her. She gets what she kind of gets more of a thing in the second half, but only for like a small bit, because in the beginning it's like, okay, here my grandfather came to this place for a certain reason. What's his mission? Why did he come here? And that's the first thing that she was trying to find out. Somehow, some way, this becomes like interconnected here. But like, you're wondering, like, okay, so she came here to figure out why her grandfather came here, and like nothing really about her origins. And then in the second half, it became about her origins, and it's just like, oh, okay, well, that's weird. Like, we were trying to figure out what was going on with her grandfather. Then she did. Then it turns out that she wasn't really, obviously she was adopted because her grandfather was, of a different race. He was full human. Right? So that made a lot of sense that she was adopted, but it was never about really being adopted, but learning more. Hey, there's my face. Learning more about why her grandfather came to Tuliolo. And then it became about her origins. So that segmenting Kryl, or just going into Kryl's origins, was kind of sloppy. But that's my opinion. I think it was kind of sloppy how they went into, hey, I want to know what my grandfather is doing, to, hey, I want to know where I came from. And it's just like, oh, how did that happen? I thought we were trying to figure that out. And then we do figure it out. And then it turns out like, oh, it's going into the City of Gold, and we need to figure out what the heck is the City of Gold. The first half of the story kind of wasn't shocking that it wasn't going to be just Wooklamont ruling the country, or ruling all of Tuliolo and the entire place by herself. Kind of knew that Kawana was going to be in there. But I think what we want to do is go into the second half now. It barely made a dent. They didn't talk about Kryl for most of it. It was all Wooklamont. It was all about the culture, right? It was culture and Wooklamont. Those are the two big things that we were kind of going through. Oh, and the fake competition scenario, because we all knew she was going to win. So those were like the biggest things that we were talking about. We talk a little bit about Kryl every now and then. We're like, okay, Kryl still wants to know what's going on here, but we don't really get into that too much. We don't really get into Kryl's adventure too much until the second half, where she stays back in Tuliolo to know more about the Golden City. At this point, Graha, Tiha, and Yashtola are there, so they're trying to figure out, oh wait, City of Gold, the gate. Now the leadership is passed down, but then shit hits the fan in the second half. In the beginning, it wasn't even all about that. We crossed the bridge to go into what I think is the best zone in the game. But that's probably because I love old westerns, right? I love old westerns, so it's my favorite zone in the game. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people, there was one person who was saying, like, why do they keep speaking anime? And I'm like, that's old cowboy western, you fool. And he was a kid too, so like I had to forgive that. But here's the actual adventure. The actual adventure is in the second half. You start off in the old western Shalone, and then you just, it gets a little bit deeper too fast. Because you're going through old western, and then boom, giant dome shows up, and then the plot deepens. And in the end, right, I'm going to put this all the way like up here. So like the plot deepens, and when we get to the end, we'll talk about opens up the infinite possibilities. But with the dome showing up, things start getting a little, confusing. Things get like you invest yourself in the story in the second half. You're kind of like flowing through this, whether you're paying attention or not in the first half. The first half, admittedly, isn't too exciting because things are going to happen. Oh, a kidnapping happened. Okay, you're going to save Wuklama. But if I go back to the first half real quick, I want to do this. Bakul Ja. Okay. Let's talk about this guy real quick. If I'm going to go back real quick, probably the best character that had the best character arc in the entire game. Sad Koana really didn't get that. He's in the second half because honestly, I mean, he was very, very passionate in the first half. He wanted to protect his sister, and he didn't want her to go through the same thing he did. But we don't know too much about Koana until like second half and post story, because they don't talk about how he was left behind by his tribe too much. He just explains it, and then we just move on. But Bakul Jaja has the best character arc in the game. Unripe Graha, basically, yeah, right? Bakul Jaja is played as the cartoon villain a lot of the time. He's seen as that bad guy. Oh, but twisted story here. He's actually very misunderstood. He's acting like this because Galul Jaja is also the same thing as Bakul Jaja. They're both two-headed. They're both two-headed people, right? And being two-headed means that they're special children. They're stronger than most, but the problem is, like, how are they born? The makings of how they are born, what they have to sacrifice to people. His people has gone through a lot of shit, being stuck in the dark jungle all this time. But at the same time, they also had a war that Galul Jaja stopped himself like years ago, right? But Cool Jaja, best story arc, because he was the cartoon villain, and then you're like, okay, so he's made to be hated. But the more you look into him, the more of like, oh man, he has a lot of problems. To make him look like, a piece of crap, because he really wasn't in the showcase of being a good leader. Obviously, he was trying to steal, he was trying to kidnap, all that other bad stuff. But he was doing that out of desperation, because you find out how you make Bakul Jaja, or someone like Bakul Jaja, requires the sacrifice of children. Children are being sacrificed in the hundreds to make someone like Bakul Jaja, and it's been like a thing for I don't know how long. And he gave us that secret in the Sinnoh, where those jars are filled with dead kids, and the sacrifice that they made in order to make someone like Bakul Jaja, who is supposed to be like the better than like the one heads, he would say. That's where things like, you're like, oh crap. Holy shit. Oh man, I can't believe this is what's happening with him. So that's like his storyline. But he had the best character growth, being the cartoon villain, which was obvious we're going to have one of those, to an actual understanding character in the latter half that you just start to like, and to more than the internet, because the internet started liking him a little too much, and then they started doing some weird things and some art of him with weird things, and Twitter did some things too. People really thirsted for this guy. Y'all do know he's a two-headed lizard man, right? So I'm not even going to talk about that. Let's just say that he's a character that had the greatest character growth within the entire game, even over that of Wu Clement, because her story scenario was kind of set in stone. She's happy-go-lucky. She's definitely just positive about everything. You do a lot of the work to help her figure out a lot of things because you're her mentor. And then, the weird thing is that I wish they would have actually made sense with her growth, because it was Wu Clement versus Bakul Jaja, and for some reason she just destroyed him. Well, you destroyed him because you controlled Wu Clement, which meant you were supposed to win. You destroyed Bakul Jaja, even though not too long ago Bakul Jaja basically swatted her away like a fly. So that character growth did not make a lot of sense. That one didn't make a lot of sense. They kind of put Wu Clement on a gigantic pedestal of like, oh yeah, now she knows because she has her friends, which she didn't fight with her friends. She fought by herself, by the way, and she just won. She won that fight, even though statistically, that kind of growth is kind of unfounded. I mean, I don't know. That's probably just my opinion. I think in that scenario, it shouldn't really have happened with just Wu Clement by herself, but probably all of us fighting Bakul Jaja, and maybe giving her a little bit of like leeway or help into beating Bakul Jaja, who was supposed to be stronger than her at that point. But I don't know, maybe I'm not the best story writer here. Anyway, back into the second half, the dome pops up, right? And the dome holds this guy here, who goes ahead and goes into the City of Gold himself, while backstabbing his only, I guess, technically subordinate, not his friend. And turns out that he was gone for like 30 years. Like the time displacement was 30 years, and he comes back and he attacks Toliolo for some reason. People use the trial of Villagum as an excuse for Valley and character growth, but that was not enough. No, that wouldn't make any sense, because you had basically 8 people versus Valley. That doesn't make sense. But let me go on. Zoralja has the worst character arc in the game. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. Say what you want about Kryl, which they should have focused on her a little bit more. Kawana, which they should have focused on him a little bit more, and they focused too much on Wu Clement in this situation. Zoralja has the worst character arc in the entire game. And let me explain. How do you do this to a character? How do you not make sense of his character arc? His reasoning for things don't make sense. It just doesn't. His father, Golozha, whatever. Sorry. His father. Let's take a look at his father. Is it Golozha? Is it Gulujaja or something? Oh, there it is, Gulujaja. So, father. He's a fighting father. He's a father, right? And I hope this has the scenario. You fight him. Okay. Here. It's not only her who concerns me this early contest. You must have realized, as potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking. And he is equally invested in each of the claimants. Each and every one of these claimants. Not just Wu Clement, but Kawana, Zoralja, and Bakul Jaja. He has equal investment in all of them. Nowhere in this story Nowhere in this story does it show that Gulujaja has put pressure on Zorulja. Nowhere in this story. Nowhere. In fact, he is very loving to Wukumat. He's very loving to Kuwana. He's very loving to Zoralja. And he's fair to Bukuljaja. He is fair to Bukuljaja. He is very fair to all four of them. He was looking at all four of them as a means to hand down his throne. He wasn't just looking at his son. He did not play favorites. And nowhere in the story ever did anybody say that he was a bad dad to any of them. So where does this pressure to being some sort of miracle child really come from with Zoralja? Just because he was birthed by a two-headed, like, okay. Two heads are not supposed to be able to give birth, right? They're sterile. Supposedly they're sterile. And the fact that Zoralja was born was the miracle in itself. But, and I guess you could say people around him told him, I guess, hey, because you were birthed by a two-headed, you're this miracle child that's supposed to live up to this expectation. But I never felt that. People respected him, right? But I have never felt in the entire story where Zoralja was pressured by the people around him to be some sort of miracle child. Never. His father never pressured him. His siblings never pressured him. And you don't get that from the people. People just respected him. So why is he acting like this? Should we talk about the post-patch or leave it for now? We're going to leave the post-patch for now. Post-patch is, well, we could talk about the post-patch in terms of gameplay, or in-game, because post-patch is here. Here, let me show that again. It's here. But I don't know. Well, people have high standards from you, can make you feel pressured for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of people were looking towards Zoralja, but at the same time, they were looking at Kuwana as well. And you could argue for Kuwana as well as a whole, because he went to he went to Charlene. He went to, you know where he went. God damn it. I'm mixing up words here. But he went across the sea, came back with knowledge, and then he helped his people in terms of technology. And you know what? That's great. Was there any kind of pressure for that? No, he just wanted to do it. He wanted to help his people improve, and the best way he thought about it was learning from an entire different society, an entire different culture, and bring it back and kind of implement it into our culture. And guess what? Guess what? Guess what happened, guys? Guess what? You know what Daddy said? Daddy said, okay, do it. Daddy said, okay, do it. He never stopped Kuwana. He never said tradition is the highest standard. He said, do what you think is right, Kuwana. And I'm pretty sure he did the same thing with Zoralja. He probably said to his son, do what you think is right. His personality in this entire game does not make any sense. It does not make any sense, because he does not look like he was really pressured that much, because if that was the case, Kuwana would feel the same pressure. Wukumat would have probably felt the same pressure. Definitely Bukuljaja felt the pressure from his own people. That did happen for him to become that way, but his make a lot more sense because his whole life was that. Zorulja, let's just be honest here. He's very much, and I'm saying this in the best way as I can, in the most positive way that I can. He's privileged. He's very privileged. I don't know where he got the thought process of war. He never lived the war. He was never born into war. He shouldn't even think about war in that case. He probably learned about the war, but he was never there during the war. And yet, for some reason, he thinks war is going to bring people together. I don't know. Pressure being born in the public status of miracle, he has a lot to live up to. The pressure is not from his dad, from society around him, as well as from within. That is something that was put on him from his own thought process. And I do understand that a lot of people around him, calling him the miracle child, would have that that thought process to put pressure on Zoralja. But the problem is that when you go into the boss fight, one of his big pressures, if anything, it wasn't even the people. It was his siblings. And it was especially Gulujaja. The last face he saw while going through his transformation, and him in the last fight, if I could bring up the last fight, let's bring up the last fight during the story if I can. But During that fight, he had visions and he saw his siblings, he saw his dad, and he wanted to outdo his dad by a lot. And it's like, okay, so who in this nation of people who are all very understanding, mixed culture and everything, who in the world is pressuring Zorulja to go that route? Who made him think that going to war was the best way? Because as far as I can understand, a lot of the culture, a lot of the people did not say go to war, Zorulja. They were like, just be a good leader, right? Not take over the world. Old people probably told him over and over again, war is not the answer, and he didn't listen to that. His dad probably said war is not the answer, and the person he looked up to is Galuja. Galujaja. I don't think, okay, that also shows how much respect he had for his dad. For him to give himself that much pressure means he idolized and idealizes his father. It's all on his mind, but it's something very ingrained in Asian culture. The thing is that this is not Asian culture. That's one. This is South American culture. And two, I don't think that amount of pressure could come from people who lives in the peaceful times. It doesn't add up. These people, the younger generation at the very least of Tuliolo, do not know about war as much as the elders. And the elders have said over and over and over and over again to all of them that war was not the answer. So it doesn't add up how Zorulja was like, nope, war is the answer, let's do it. So it still doesn't add up to me. Sure, he could be pressured for being the miracle child. I could see that, but I'm pretty sure he would have like what kind of dad doesn't sit their son down and say, listen, I'm not trying to see this expectation from you at this high degree. Go do what you think is right. If he idolizes his dad, he would have had this talk with his dad. And if he's having these talks with his dad, because I'm pretty sure Koana and Wuklamot had talks with their father and had them sit down and talked about this. There's no way that Zorulja would come out of all of this with people who are, at the very least, caring in the situation of all the siblings, I'm pretty sure did not want to have war because of how bad it was in the first place from the elders, and telling the next generation, hey, listen, you live in this peaceful time, cherish it. So it doesn't add up. It just does not add up. You have times of peace, some will crave the conflict out of boredom. That's weird. Most likely war stories where he got the warmongering ideas. That is still kind of like, it does seem kind of off, because the last war was stopped from food. Like, at the very least, the war that's been going on between lizard men and cat people, that was stopped because Galulja said, hey, look, you two can work together to create this fantastic food. Literally, food stopped that war. And it was through that, his own father, Zorulja's own father, pretty much showed that, peace is a much better alternative and unifying than rather than war. So it still doesn't add up. That's modern day dad sing. It's just bad writing. I don't know who wrote this story. Actually, let's figure that out. And don't throw any kind of shit at these people when we do find out who they are. And I think I've had it before. Who are the writers? There are 2 writers currently working on the scenario. The writers are Daicho Hiyori and Tomohiro Kawasaki. Apparently. And then there's Megumi. Oh, wait, hold on. There's 3 writers. Yeah, there's 3 writers. She's credited for the main scenario writer for this and quest designer for Shadowbringers. I'm just seeing where they're coming from here. I don't know why it's taking a little bit here. But it's someone new. They need more experience. Oh, it's the Shadowbringers all over. Wait. Stormblood all over again? Pretty sure he already wrote it. Yeah. Looks like I'm having like the issues of the internet once again. Yeah, I'm having the issues of the internet once again. Thanks, internet. Oh my goodness. All right. But it's not Ishikawa. So Ishikawa is our favorite writer in the story thus far, but it's not Ishikawa. So we're not dealing. It's not Ishikawa. I wonder, is she like what was she working on in the story if she wasn't the main writer of the story? Of course. IMDb. It's currently unable to handle whatever. I don't know what the heck that's going on here. I don't know what the heck happened here. Wow, IMDb wanted to not really show. I mean, guys, I'm getting nerfed here. So somehow IMDb just said no, man. Can't even look at that. Okay, well, let's see. Dawntrail's director, composer, writer. Who's the writer? Nobody. I want to know who the writer is. It's not really showing me who the writer is here, but IMDb, we already know who it is. It's these three people. And I'm pretty sure they all worked on 14 before. I think they all worked on quest scenarios. Google is trash. Very much so right now. For I'm here was credit on the... Oh. Okay, the Wachumeki. the Wachumeki. Okay. So that's where she was at. Okay. But the point is... The first half of the story kind of lines up in a way that it works, but works in a way that it's centered around one character, Wukumon. And second half of the story felt more Final Fantasy, but the one of the main antagonists, Zorulja, his story and scenario and how he got there doesn't make sense, especially seeing how in the first half, Dad was very respecting of his children, Goljaja, and it just doesn't add up how he got to that point, in my opinion. Y'all could have a different opinion than I do, and that's perfectly fine, but Zorulja's character arc does not make any sense. So we'll probably agree to disagree. I just think Zorulja's story sucks, and they didn't really flesh that out at all. He is the weakest link. I want to talk about Sphene real quick. I forgot to put that in here. How did I not put Sphene in here? The plot thickens. Let me put this here. The plot thickens. The plot deepens. Sphene. I like Sphene a lot. I like her and her character a lot. I like how they introduced her, even though she was walking in the middle of nowhere for no reason. I like Sphene very much, and how they showcased her and the twist of her character and what she actually is. I really did like how they put Sphene in the story, her goal, what she was seeing, how she was seeing things. The one thing that I guess was what splits the peoples down the middle is kind of her reasoning for the end, her reasoning for doing the things that she did during the end. A lot of people had like a problem with that, and I see what they're trying to say with that. I completely understand why people had a problem with that. I believe Ishikawa is currently same as Koji, a supervisor, which seems to be code for please knock. I'm working on another game. I used to like Sphene, but the issue was that she's always with Wook the entire time. I want you to see Sphene in a different way. Sphene isn't with Wook the entire time. She's with you most of the time. and I actually counted the time. I don't know why I did this, but during her screen time, she's with you a lot more, the main character, because she wanted you to understand. She was directing her positivity to all of you, but I think she was trying to build up a connection with you, with the main character, for whatever reason, because when you do introduce yourself with her, when you introduce yourself, she saw you as the most dependable. She says it outright. You're just like, you're the most reliable person here, and you're just like, oh, thanks. Yeah, throw everybody else under the bus. Let's do that. But Sveen had like she has a connection with Wuklamont because they're both princesses. Not princesses. One is an actual ruler, and she's also another ruler. They're both queens, right? That's the reason why they were sticking together like glue in a lot of the cutscenes. I mean, she is, but I feel Wook keeps blocking that conversation. Yeah, yeah. She wanted souls because less and less people are being born. She wanted to keep her that we're gonna keep let's call that place without ruining any story scenarios, the world of dreams. Let's call it the world of dreams, right? let's say that. I know it's been like half a year, all right, but we're gonna call it the world of dreams, right? Living memory. The world of memory, let's just say that. She wanted to keep that place alive, right? Because she thinks that even after death, you're still alive because you can live in that world, right? And she's going to push that notion because she is that. She is one of those people. She's the most powerful of those people. She's like the first of those people. And she's to herself, she takes the process of this, by the way, we're going to talk about that, but when somebody dies, they take the memory, they separate it from the soul, and they put it in living memory. OneDrive, or the cloud. Yeah, basically the cloud. Yes. They go there and they're like, you're not truly dead, but the fact in being is that their soul, the soul of the person, is being used as fuel for other people, because her thought process is that she's going to protect her kingdom. Her kingdom are the people who are alive and the people who are in living memory, or the cloud. Let's just call it the cloud. I don't know if she's trying to help people because of birth. I don't think birth was the reason why she was trying to steal souls. I think it's because, no, I'm pretty sure the cloud was limited in terms of ether, and she needed ether to keep that place running, because like day by day, ether was like it wasn't abundant. So you have people showing up in the cloud, they'll appear in the cloud, but won't appear the next time. Some people will disappear and will come back again in the cloud at a certain other time. So it's like a queue. It's like the worst queue of your life in death, I guess. But that's the reason why she needed soul. She needed the ether to power the cloud. So that's the reason why that was happening. And her reasoning for that is because she was trying to protect her people. She sees the people in the cloud as her people, so she wanted them to live just as well. She is very passionate about that. And they build her character very well in terms of that. When Zarulja was going around killing people, the actual people in Alexandria, she was devastated. You had to work with her, right? You were in that scenario. You had to work with her to try to protect the people. Even though they were coming back alive, they kept getting killed over and over again. Because the system, how the thing on their head, let's talk about that real quick. The little amp on everyone's head, cultural thing, everybody has one, is because it's supposed to help somebody in case an accident happens. I myself really dislike it. And I'm pretty sure most people dislike that whole kind of system. But yeah, auto re-raise, right? But it raises people from the dead when something happens. And you're like, okay, so if they have like assurance, and you saw the scenario, if anybody did the I think there's a side quest, because there are 3 particular side quests, and if you can find it, I did all the side quests, by the way. So, in Dawntrail, there are 3 side quests that pertain to the headgear that everybody is wearing. The first thing that and this is the main scenario, like when somebody dies, people loses their memory of them, but people go on like nothing happened. They'll know that someone they took care of or someone they knew was there, but they can't remember their name and they can't remember like their personality or likeness. They completely forget. Everybody just gets their memory erased of them. This is so that people don't worry about, those who are dead, so that they can move on with their lives a lot easier. Okay, understandable, but I don't think that along the way that will be the most helpful. One quest had you help an undertaker take care of an old man, and you're going all around Alexandria. You're going around Solution 9, let's just say that you're going around Solution 9 to get all of this old man's things, figure out who this old man was. You have like documents and a bunch of like glass bottles and stuff. Turns out the person who you're helping along in this quest, the undertaker, turns out that the person he's undertaking was his own father, and he forgot who he was. And when he figured out that it was his father through the clues that you found, he was devastated and didn't know how to feel. He was like, well, if I have to forget the people who are supposed to be dear to me, and I'm doing an undertaking job for my own father who I have no memories of anymore. And then another scenario when it came to this, this is also part of the main scenario because you meet I forgot her name, but you do meet Erenvel's mother through the robot, and she was going to take you to a hunter. You figure out 2 things. One, that the hunter uses like beast abilities to level up and start going crazy, and the second thing, that the auto re-raise function. And she was so lackadaisical about it. I was like, damn, that got me. That was very embarrassing. Sorry about that. Here, let me level up. And then, takes out the monster with it, right? So you learn 2 things about that: the auto re-raise and how it functioned, how it looked, and the beast function. Basically, it was kind of like a good showcase of what that device is supposed to do and how it was evolved. But it turns out, Zarulja was the one who amplified that. He was just like, here, you could just do this. Take the beasts, all the beasts that we hunt, take their souls, put the souls in there, or take the memories away, erase the memories, fuck the memories, put the souls in there, and you can now use the souls, and you get leveled up, and you become bestial. And we see that, in one of the dungeons, the one guy at the end of the dungeon, our favorite dungeon to get all of our Solution 9 pieces, he turns to a snake guy, right? But yeah, the whole entire culture of all of this is that people forget the dead and they don't worry about it. People have life insurance in the best ways possible. If like an accident happens, they just get auto re-raised. But when you're too old, right, your body wears out, natural death, can't stop that. But like your body gets incinerated, your soul gets separated from your memories and all that. Like your body gets disposed of. It's whatever. But your soul gets separated from your memories. It's kind of like how when you naturally die and the world takes your memories and cleanses your soul, puts your soul back into the life stream, we're gonna call it, and that soul comes back and like fills another body in the future. The circle of life for Final Fantasy in most cases, because we've seen this, right? That's usually the case for Final Fantasy, the life stream, the circle of life. People die, come back as get reincarnated, all that stuff. It's kind of like the natural things of life. In this case, they're doing something unnatural, artificially pulling memories out of somebody's soul and then using soul as a cell. And they put the soul in a cell so people can use it as life insurance. And I always thought that was bad. But the one joke I always said, like, you know what? Their life insurance is much better than America right now. They have the best life insurance right now. They get a Phoenix down whenever something happens. They get sick and they die. Oh wait, nah, not really. Man, I want their life insurance. Solution 9 doesn't have a live stream because it's empty void through rest of the world was rejoined, right? No. Live stream is connected to every single world. There is no void for anybody who dies. It's the nature of the world. Like for example, we're talking about the world of darkness, where anybody's soul is basically just gobbled up. Nobody really dies in the 13th, or the world of darkness, or where the void sense are from. That's cut off from the live stream. That is the only exception, because the Ascians effed up on that world when they were trying to reconnect it. That's the only place that got messed up. So you're saying it's Canada? I don't know. Canada's not having a great time with their insurance right now, so I can't say for sure. I'm not from Canada. I can only tell you what America life insurance is about, and it ain't great. But at the same time, I mean, I say it's not great because people can't pay for it. We can see a doctor, but it'll take a lot of money. Even if we have insurance, it's a lot. Like my dental insurance, I only had like $2,000 in terms of like how much I would have on my insurance. That $2,000 was used up right away, because trying to fix your teeth is expensive, and I only had $2,000 in terms of credit, for which I also had to put a down payment for first, which was $1,500 in order for that to go through. So, but we're not going to talk about real life right now. Oh no, Canada is messed up right now. So, oh man, oh geez. The cost would be extremely high. Seeing a doctor will basically put you in debt depending on what you're seeing one for. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right with that one. But their life insurance in terms of Solution 9 and the Alexandria and everybody else is pretty it works. It definitely works. So that's their culture. The culture of Solution 9 is a very interesting one. I always had a lot of interest in Solution 9 and how the people thought. We do get into like what people think about all that after Sphines, because people have to think about that now. Sphene is the only person probably that everybody sees that died. Ooh, excuse me. And they talk about it in in-game. We're not there yet, but look at that. Likeable character not fleshed out except Sphene. Sort of. They fleshed her out enough for me to like her. But I'm still not trying. I still don't know or don't understand why at the end of all this, why she couldn't hear Wooklamont out and try to figure out a different way. You yourself, hey, there should be a different way. Every character around her said, hey, there is a different way than annihilating an entire planet and taking their souls for ether. And she put her people in front of that. To say that she is a queen that protects her people is to say that, she is doing her job. But she didn't want to listen to like trying to figure out a different way. It didn't end that way for her. But beyond all that, if you guys want to remind me any issues on the story, then let me know now, because we're going to talk about the opened up infinite possibilities, and we're going to stretch this out here, because this is the one thing that I am grateful for Dawntrail, is that at the end of all things, you have infinite possibilities on where the story could go, because now we can go to any world, any of the fragments, any one of them, right? And we know that even if it gets completely annihilated, there can be survivors. Solution 9 Alexandria is part of that. Their world was covered by the lightning energy, and that was basically annihilated and already like fused with. Like, here's a theory. The one of the worlds, one of the shards was already annihilated by the Asians, and it became lightning energy, and they fused it back to the source. And because of that, Alexandria was able to just plop down as a dome in the source where it should be in the world, but it was misplaced by time. And it was in the void the entire time, somewhere in the void, and it really needed to be connected thoroughly in order to be put back or put into the source as like a remnant of its own world, of its own shard, I think. That's just a theory, though. Living memory for sure. We're coming back to now. I believe they can't just like living memory is a place that or the cloud is a place that should have should be revisited, because how you go there and you never just really go back because there's nothing really there except for fate farming and maybe quests that you didn't do and maybe resources, I think. Like, there's no real reason to go back, honestly, except for the fate farming. Flesh out the story from the 13th. That's like in-game stuff, right? Like, that's like post-in-game stuff from Endwalker, right? The whole 13th and stuff. But that's not what we're talking about today. But I do like the fact that we get to go with, because we have the key now, we can go to like any world we want. And we know that even if a world is annihilated, there's like a chance of survivors. But because of the open possibility, infinite possibilities, there's infinite possibilities of adventures. So I do like that. That's the one thing that I think they did right. Not really. They did a lot of things right. It's just there's a lot of things that bogs it down. Wook Lamont being the main character kind of bogs it down a bit because it focused too much attention to her. And they messed up with the Rule Jaw story. It doesn't make sense. They didn't talk enough about Kawana. But Cool Jaja is fine. They should have talked more about Kryl. They should have paid more attention to her, but they didn't. So that's what I think. Let's move on to gameplay. So gameplay did not change much. Other than, you know, we got Viper and Pictomancer, but like going through the game itself, there wasn't a lot of things that changed. You're going through the story, and a lot of you are going, there's some auto mounting, auto pathing. There's a lot of quests that you have to talk to a lot of people in order to progress the story. It's a lot of the same. I did say DPS damage showcase, but I don't think I want to show that on stream because you never know who's watching or whoever's going to watch the video, so I don't want to show that website. But Pictomancer and Viper were obviously up when it came out, and you know what? I mean, it is what it is with that. They do it all the time, where they come out with a new job and it's op, and we can't do anything about it because we know that they messed up on the DPS numbers on it, and they had to raise everybody else up in order to match the new jobs that came in. They do it all the time, and I think it's strategic because they want the new jobs to be showcased. Makes sense. A little annoying, but okay. A lot more of the story overall. I did check the timer for this in terms of cutscenes and how much you're actually spending time in the game itself. You spend a lot of time in cutscenes in Dawntrail. A lot. You spend a lot of time in cutscenes with Dawntrail, and I don't think people notice it. Whether you're talking to somebody, whether you're in one cutscene going to the next cutscene, you're in a lot of cutscenes. So surprisingly, some people even want Picto gone. That's not reasonable. Which Dawntrail had more quests with combat instead of just going around talking to people. Well, that's part of the whole first half. So in the second half, I've noticed that when you go on a quest, you're doing a lot of fighting. In the first half, you're doing a lot of searching. You do fight in the first half, but it's not. But it's maybe it's equal to that, to those that you search for something. But I know in the second half, you're doing a lot of fighting, because the whole scenario in the area that you're in is dangerous, except for Shalone. Well, Shalone is great. I love Shalone. Dark Knight still works. That's just a personal thing. Dark Knight still doesn't work as it's intended to be. They just gave it more DPS. The function of it should be reworked, but that's just a me thing. I'll put that back here, respectfully. More fetch and kill monster quests. So there's a lot of fetch quests, a lot of you going around in terms of questing. More of the same I said before, but it's a lot of this. And then mindless killing 3 bears to get their butts to send it back to quest giver. It's more of the same. The difficulty, this is the big thing here. The difficulty did go up, and we have many people who complained about that during the first month of the game. No, a lot I know want a Dark Knight rework. Well, I still put this as a me thing because it really is a me thing. I do want Dark Knight to be reworked. Picto deserve love. People hating on it only causes the shit in real life. Okay. Dark Knight, they did exactly what I think they would do. Put more damage into it. Yeah, of course they would. They also took the damage away because they understood. I think they understood they overpowered it. So the latest patch, they took the damage away. That, or they put more damage in the Paladin and the Gunbreaker again. And there's just no winning. I don't really care about the damage as long as it feels good, right? As long as Dark Knight feels good. A lot of people who do hardcore stuff will pay attention to the damage, so they're going to go right back to Gunbreaker. They're going to go right back to taking the highest DPS tanks. That would be Gunbreaker and Paladin right now. Other than that, people were complaining about the difficulty. If anybody remembers, in the first month, if not the first 2 months of Dawntrail, people were complaining about the difficulty, especially at endgame. We'll get to that in endgame. We'll get to endgame, but I don't know. When it comes to the thoughts of people, whether or not they think that the game is much harder, I would like to hear from a lot of people. So people in the comments, people right now watching the stream, let me know if the game is harder good or harder bad. And I say harder in quotation marks because honestly it just feels better for me. I like a challenge. I kind of like difficulty, right? I play PoE 2. I play all Souls games, and if you haven't played PoE 2, know that a lot of the bosses will kick your ass. This is what we have here in terms of people in Dawntrail. They're saying that the difficulty, people are still saying that the difficulty is too big. Like it's too big. People are saying that it's bad. So I might have to pause because let's go on break a little bit. Let's go on pause real quick. I will go get me some water and go to the bathroom. All right, I decided to come back. Had laundry to start. Nothing. I went to the bathroom. All right. So we did do gameplay. We did the story. Story was already like fleshed out enough. I think you understand what I was talking about with the story. Gameplay. The last note was it got harder. people were complaining about it getting harder. I guess this one's going to be more brief. The music is still very much good, but I got like the feeling that it wasn't until the post games happened. The music wasn't all that noticeable for me. It was still good. It's just it wasn't as amazing. It's not as amazing as it was before. Like, it was a lot of cultural in terms of like ambiance, like in the background. It definitely fit the area that it was in, so it worked, but there wasn't really anything that stood out to me. Not really. Like, the in-game music is good because you go into Solution 9. Solution 9 is actually no, Solution 9 was the first time they did lo-fi, and that was great. I would say the dungeons were they're still good. I think the dungeons were still good. I just don't think there was any that really like flew into my face saying like that was great. I think Shalone is the one piece of background music that I'm going to say that I really, really liked. This is an unpopular opinion. I don't know if Tuliolo, the theme for Tuliolo really fits the mold. I don't know. It's not bad. It just doesn't fit the mold. It just does not fit the mold. Like the 5 or so funny new songs. Music has some moments, but there was that one music that ruined it for me. Yeah, the one music that ruined it for me, maybe this is not the same thing we're talking about. Smile. It happens twice in the main scenario. One where Wook Lamont becomes ruler and then names Koana co-ruler. And then the other one, they were fixing up the train to crash into the dome. There is an opinion from me where I don't think Smile really fits. In my opinion, it just does not fit the game. I don't think Smile is a horrible piece of trash music. I just don't think it fits the game. 'Cause like, there are two moments where I think, okay, Wook Lamont becomes, ruler, sure, whatever. But then like the train moment where they're just like doing things together, I was just like, okay, it's a little sappy, but okay. I'm not really sure if it fits here. Does anybody watch One Piece? Well, I watch One Piece, but it's like, I already said my piece about Smile. Yeah, you probably said your piece about Smile before, but I just don't think it really fits the game. Not the best. Like, honestly, we came off of Flow. We came off of Endwalker, right? Where the music was at its peak. That was the peak, and then we get Smile, and Smile is just like happy-go-lucky positiveness. We're like, okay, for sure, whatever, but I don't know if it really fits here. Recall the Smile fruit on Wano? I don't recall that. On the Wano arc, I don't recall. I do remember something. I do recall something from there, but I'm not gonna. I don't know. I'm just saying that the theme Smile just not working there. But the music was there wasn't a lot of music that stood out until like I mean, the dungeons worked out just fine. Not too memorable in terms of those, except for maybe a couple. Solution 9, still a banger. That's still good. Want me to link to it? Well, not right now. Not right now. Maybe a link to it, sure. But like, I'm not gonna look at it right now. It's those wannabe devil fruits from Zonin type devil fruits. Oh, okay, yeah. No, yeah. I remember that. Okay, yeah. So that's it about the music. Honestly, it gets better in post game where we're taking on a lot of the trials. I do like those pieces of music. I love M1. Actually, M1 makes me think that we're playing ARMS. If you look up ARMS, and you'll understand why I say that. And I don't think I want to put Nintendo music on because I don't want the Nintendo ninjas to come after me. But look up ARMS and look up the theme of ARMS, and you'll see what I'm talking about. M2 it's lovely. I'm one of those people. I love that music. 3 is fine. 4 is probably the best one out of all of them. So that's my opinion on that. Let's go into endgame. Endgame is where I see a lot of my criticism really flying through. Other than the story, obviously, I will have a gigantic heap of criticism. Just know that the story was at most okay, but it wasn't the greatest story we've ever had. Endgame. Not much for end games in terms of my opinion, other than the 4 trials, the ultimates, which is good for people who want to take on those kind of content, but for casual people, it's not really too much of anything. It suffers from modern MMO design. We'll get into that. Let's rush through this a little bit. I'm worried about the relic progression because if we get the same progression as an Endwalker, I'm going to be sad because I actually want to put in work for my relic weapon and not be just stupidly bored. Everybody has a different opinion on it, and I respect everybody's opinion, where it was like, I like it that way because I could just get it and be done with it, whereas myself, I want to put work into it. But that, again, it suffers from modern MMO design. So let me just... Suffers from modern MMO design. We're gonna talk about that a little bit. Savage and extremes are actually better because it's harder. Some people who do savages and extremes and ultimates already will probably think that this isn't really too much of a difference, but I do think that in-game dungeons being harder is really, players are being, here's the big thing, players are being skill checked. In-game dungeons, Deadwalk, people are getting skill checked. Players are getting skill checked. People are I still don't like the first boss of Deadwalk. I still think that's a piece of garbage trash boss, but people are getting skill checked now. MMO culture problem, again, goes into the modern MMO design, but this is also a cultural problem when it comes to MMOs. We're dealing with a modern MMO, so it makes sense that it's going to suffer from modern MMO designs and MMO culture problems. Picto is still top tier. Still, yeah, I mean, they're keeping it up there for a while, I'm pretty sure. M4 is superior, yeah, of course. Same here, if you're going to be lazy again, I'm going to point them to Final Fantasy 11. Working on Red Mage artifact weapon there now. I haven't even touched the artifact weapon. I've just gotten, I'm taking care of my chocobo, and I just got my limit break to level 60. So that's where that's going. But that is a good comparison. People say more Persona, but feel like it didn't match M1. People say more Persona, but here, listen, I don't care if Nintendo takes away my money. Nintendo ninjas. ARMS theme. I hope it goes, there it is. Here, listen to this. I'm not crazy, right? I'm not crazy. This is exactly what M1 sounds like. I'm gonna let you listen to the whole thing. There's Chocobo at the races now, struggling a bit, but she only just started. Yeah, my Chocobo is also doing the same thing. By the way, this game is not bad. It's not bad. It just, a lot of people couldn't get into it because you are physically punching with the remotes for the Nintendo Switch in order to fight, and you have to curve your arms and do all types of actual punching skills and techniques in order for you to do anything in this game. And I like how the supposed main character is getting punched in the face. They're not afraid to do that, but yeah, it wasn't even a bad game. It's a fun game to actually watch people play who are actually good at it. But the music is a lot of this. So let's compare that to M1. I think M1 music. Ooh. Nope. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Okay, sorry. I'm probably gonna have to turn it down now. If you guys hear anything in the background, that's not me. But I apologize for that. If you're hearing that, I'll actually put up the filter for that. Yeah, I'm gonna put up a noise gate for that one. All right, I sound a little muffled, but the noise gate is open. But do you hear what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying? Like, this is where is it? Where is it? The vocals, I mean, there it is. You see, do you hear it? It sounds like arms. You hear what I'm saying? It sounds like arms. But that's besides the point. That is besides the point. We need to talk about this. M1 is better. M1 is better. I mean, yeah, M1 I think is also better. I just think it's relative. You know, it's relatively the same. We need to go back to the music. I need to talk about that real quick. But MMO modern design and MMO culture problems. This is why there's a sticking point to many have complained about the difficulty going up and why I say players are being skill checked. Dawntrail, good fights, great music. The story slipped on the Lala. That's actually a good summary of all this, Ashley. That's a good summary of all that. Yeah. Let me get you guys, because I know my ugly ass face is blocking a lot of like YouTube's chat. So let me put this over here. There we go. You don't play a game 200 hours and not improve. Well, that's the problem. All right, so here's the thing, and I'm gonna try and like summarize all of this. Dawntrail is a good sticking point to modern MMO design and modern MMO culture. Oops, didn't mean to pull that out there. Sorry about that. You stay right there. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little bit too when we go back to the music. The difficulty did go up, and that is the reason why it went up is because Yoshi P was one day playing the game himself and fell asleep. He fell asleep while doing a dungeon. I've done it. A lot of other people have done it from what I've heard. And when he does something that I have done and he's like, oh crap, this game is too easy. And then he ups the difficulty and then people were complaining about it. This is a skill check. This is a skill check for every player in the game. Q popped lurking. all right, Ashley. To be honest, story, it was one of the reasons I quit Savage content. I don't know. how the story, I mean, you could tell me why the story was one of the reasons why you quit Savage content. For me, the story is just like, you know, the main reason why I'm playing Final Fantasy, and the Savage content is the extra reason because I want to take a challenge on. I like challenging things, so that's why I like Savage. But at this point, it's like players are getting skill checked here, and you know, those who will and will not play Savage will and will not play Savage, so it's probably nothing to do with that. But when you go into post-game dungeons and they're saying I'm having a problem because the Deadwalk is kicking my ass, it's like, well, what were you doing in the past 8 years, my bro? Like, what's going on? What happened? Like, these are things that you should already know. People have these hypotheses and these theories saying that it's a lot of people who paid their way to the top, or they got boosted to the top. And when I say boosted, they got handheld to the top, like their friend helped them get to in-game for Dawntrail. Some people paid their way to Dawntrail. I mean, it is what it is. They do what they do. But because of, I think, because of Shadowbringers and Endwalker being very lenient in terms of dungeons and even the harder content, people are coming back and saying, oh crap, it's too difficult, I have a complaint. And that's why I'm saying players are getting skill checked, and it comes down to MMO design, modern MMO design, and MMO culture problems. The design of MMOs in the first place, if you even look at World of Warcraft, right, when it came down to it, they cater a lot to casuals. They cater a lot to casuals. And then there are MMO cultural problems where they go into social media, complain about something, and then the company changes or fixes something, saying that, okay, in the next expansion it's going to have this. And that's what I think Endwalker really was. Like, Endwalker was like a breeze to go through for anything. There's no difficulty, not in Savage. Ultimate was the only really difficult thing. Savage was, I would say Savage was okay, but it wasn't really all that hard to figure out. And dungeons were, you could fall asleep to the dungeons in Endwalker, absolutely. Shadowbringers, I would say, still the best expansion in my opinion, because of story, because the fights were actually, they were kind of fun in that way, the theming around it and everything like that. I will still say Shadowbringers is the best expansion. Endwalker, kind of like, they made it so that everybody can get through. That's what I think. They made it so that everybody can enjoy the story. And enjoying the story is kind of the biggest thing for 14. So I was like, okay, it's whatever. Hey, what's up, Jim? I disagree. P8S is a static killer. Oh, P8S? Oh, no, of course. No, absolutely. I do agree with that. But people will play Savage when they want to go through something difficult. They will want to go through something that was, challenging for them. And at this point right now in Dawntrails, people see M2 Savage as a wall, or M3 is like not a problem, but people see M2 Savage as a wall. People see M2 normal as a wall. That early? I'm just saying. Like, if it takes you up to P8 to reach a static killer, then it's a little, I mean, yeah. Then yeah, I get it. I think that the next 4 sets of trials is probably going to have like static killer after static killer. At least I think so. Hey, P8S lol still didn't beat it. Yeah, no, I completely understand that. I completely understand that. But like, Savage is, I would probably try to separate the Savage and even like Ultimate. Well, Ultimate, definitely. You're going to separate Ultimate and Savage from like what you would call casual content. Right now in Dawntrail, there is casual content that is too hard for certain people. Some people actually rage quit. No joke. Some people actually rage quit because of some of these dungeons that were apparently too hard. Some people rage quit on Deadwalk on the first boss because it was too hard. Probably not going to even be able to prog Cloud of Darkness Chaotic now. I want to find a way to get 24 people to do that. If I can find a way to get 24 freaking people, I mean it, 24 people in some form or fashion to do Chaotic Cloud of Darkness, I would do it. I don't think I trust randos for that one because it's chaotic, obviously. I just don't. I wouldn't trust randos for a Chaotic Cloud of Darkness. But I am glad they're doing it. I am glad. I am glad. I mean, I could try random Cloud of Darkness Chaotic, but I am going to die a lot, and I don't want to sit there and just die a lot. But we're talking about casual content, so Dawntrail still suffers from modern MMO design as a whole, though, I would say, because you're still going through the story. Nothing really hard and difficult in the story until, I guess, maybe some of the dungeons. And because some of the dungeons, and I think maybe some scenarios, I'm not too sure, some of the scenarios is a little harder than it was in Endwalker. People are complaining about it over here. They're complaining about it. And when they make it to endgame, the one dungeon, they're complaining about it. The other dungeon, they're not really complaining about it. But, you know, people are dying constantly. You find more people dying in dungeons in Dawntrail than like probably any of the other two, like Shadowbringers and Endwalker. You don't really find too many people dying in dungeons, but for some reason in this expansion, people were getting skill checked, right? And this comes down to modern MMO designs where they cater to casual people, and then the culture problem comes in where people complain about it, and then, you know, companies start making changes if they have to or not. Comes down to the culture itself, the community, and the community hasn't been so positive. Let's just say there are people who do not like Dawntrails, people who complain about the difficulty of Dawntrails, or saying there's not really anything at endgame, which is true. That comes down to design, because for whatever reason, unless, I mean, even World of Warcraft, right? Unless you're stuck into that culture of World of Warcraft, you're probably going to find that 14 doesn't have much at endgame. So put like 2 hours in Chaotic and Party Finder. I should probably do that. See if I could get into a learning party. The fact that people dying in Dawntrail dungeons is pretty funny. It's pretty fun. Beams are where people struggle most in Cloud of Darkness, because it's a healer check. Yes, I need to see that scenario. And Walker Solar scenario was harder. I've done Dawntrail MSQ 8 times, and I don't remember a single solo scenario without effort. For Dawntrail, I mean, we have to admit that doing the story for any Final Fantasy 14 scenario is probably going to have, like, you know, less effort put in, because a lot of it is looking at cutscenes and then go through whatever, you know, whatever scenario they put you to, some quests, some fetch quests, some killing monsters here and there, and then you get into the dungeon, and then you see people dying in the dungeon, and it's like, whoa, what's happening? Like regular story quest dungeons, they're dying in regular story quest dungeons. Like, first time doing it, that's understandable, but then you do it constantly? What? It's a problem. I think it is a problem due to modern MMO design, and it's a cultural problem, MMO cultural problem. So, and it's a good thing that is being brought out, because now we can see it at face value. We now see it at face value, what is going on with the design and the cultural problem for modern MMOs. How do I keep sticking to you? I don't know. But there's one thing I forgot to talk about when we get to music. Let me get to music real quick. They fixed the intro screen, like the expansion thing. So, for example, when you first play Final Fantasy 14, they're going to see Dawntrail, right? Which they fixed. What they did and I don't think anybody noticed, when you go ahead and you first boot up Final Fantasy 14 now, and you have not made it to an expansion, it'll start out in ARR. It just stays in, and now now you have the option to lock it at whatever expansion you want. But if you have not reached that expansion, it locks itself at the expansion intro screen that you have already reached. I am so glad they did that, because like I had a friend start up playing 14 and he saw Endwalker and he's like, what? I'm not at that expansion. This is a little much. And I was just like, oh crap. He just started the game too, so it's like he's supposed to be on ARR. The solo duty on Golem mode was so hard, I was mad they nerfed it. Well, it was frustrating, I would say. That's probably the only complaint I would have for Endwalker, is that scenario, because I don't think they really thought about that. They put you on a timer, and they made it so that it was very hard to, well, it was difficult to navigate. It wasn't that too hard. If you know the way, and you were by yourself and you had to fight you don't have to fight everything, but you were basically fighting everything that crossed your path. It was annoying and frustrating. I did not like that part. So them nerfing it kind of made sense. Only the easier duties? I don't know. I've never went back to it. I still hate that scenario. I still don't like that scenario. That scenario was absolutely like, let's just jump you up to a difficulty or to like a situation where you're just not ready for. I was like, that's so dumb. That is dumb. I didn't like that scenario. I think that's probably the worst part for me in Endwalker, is just that scenario. But that's not part of Dawntrail. Dawntrail doesn't have something like that, I don't think. At least from my memory, they didn't have any scenario like that. I think they didn't want to do a scenario again like that. It upped the ante for sure, and it was an interesting plot point, but I hated it. And a lot of people hated it. It was like very unnecessary. You loved it? Of course you would. Of course you would, Dirtface. Oh, of course you would, Suda, as well. Like, y'all love that scenario? I hate that scenario. Because, like, again, it's just like, it was unnecessarily frustrating for me. It was unnecessarily frustrating. I think it's kind of like how bosses in PoE 2 are just unnecessarily frustrating in that one too, if you are a warrior. Warriors do not have a good time. Ooh, here's Smile, guys.
At the crossroads, standing here, not a star in the sky to guide me tonight. If we're lost in fear, deep in darkness.
Now, you tell me if you guys like this music. I'm just saying, if you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. But tell me if you like this music.
Try to tame the agony as I close my eyes and scream to the wind. Look around and find me standing alone.
Made you appreciate Word of Light and hate Xeno in that Garl mode solo duty? That like the dislike ratio? That's not too bad. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't appreciate your own character, but hey, I mean, it is what it is. And hating Xeno, it didn't make me hate Xeno. It made me think of him as an actual compelling villain. And why he did it in the first place. He is very compelling. Actually made me appreciate him as a villain. You hate it, to be honest? Not the first part. Well, I mean, this is the theme of Dawntrail. Now, let's listen to this one. This is 10 years ago. I think this sounds like a Final Fantasy piece of music, doesn't it? And Nobuo Uematsu actually helped with this, so that's probably the reason why it sounds so good. So, but it's Answer, right? Like it is incredibly moving piece of music. Because then you get to this part. Where is it? There you go. This part really like absolutely destroys your expectation of the entire piece. But this is really good, right? And I'm only gonna try to do samples here. I don't want to get like copywritten and all that stuff. Then you get to Dragon Song, and it's just like, again, helped by Nobuo Uematsu, right? Came in and said, listen, we end this. Oh, Koji Fox worked on this? Oh, shoot.
Children of the land, do you hear?
Right? This is really good.
Echoes of truths that once rang clear.
And this shows up at the when you're fighting Nidhogg. So you fight in Nidhogg in this piece of music, and it gets really good. And I think it was like right. Oh, they amped it up on in the last part, so it was just like. So this is just the theme. Well, the fight for Nidhogg gets like amped up, and it's like really good in that part. But Dragon Song is just good music. All right, I'll be fair. Revolutions, because it fit the scenario that was in, I say that's the reason why it was actually pretty good. But it's not my favorite. But it works, right? And that's Revolution. Revolution works for what it is. But they butchered this character. They butchered her. Stormblood wasn't like even a bad expansion, because I really did have respect for what it was. Of course, this is Shadowbringers, and this is where Soken really takes over. Shadowbringers is still like the best expansion though, because yeah, I think this is when all the WoW players looked at 14 and were just like, wait, this is actually good. It decided, you know what, let's play this game. And then we got all the refugees coming over because Shadowlands, ironic how the name just sticks out like that. And people came over and they had fun with it. I mean, come on. They amped up the music because Soken took over, and it's just real. It's good lyrically. It fit the thematic themes. It was just good. It was just good. It was good. And I think it was here that people were just like, "Yep, 14 is the greatest MMO of all time." And people got a little ahead of themselves. I'm like, no, WoW is still pretty okay. And then I made the video, and I'm like, nope, WoW was kind of bad. WoW's kind of bad right now. It's just not good. And then Endwalker is good. We're just gonna leave it at that. But what they came with when it came to flow, I think everything they hit on in terms of thematic showing works. Flow, Endwalker, it just worked. With Hearts Align, the reason why I think everything hits though, like even at this point, because if you paid attention in the entire fight, it has every like boss fight going through. If you were playing And so yeah, every single boss fight was in her boss fight. So in Singer's boss fight is a culmination of every boss fight, whereas in when you get to when it gets to the second half, it's your boss fight. So if you listen to it, it's your theme. There it is. It goes along with just your theme throughout the entirety of the song. So I like what Jesse Cox said in the beginning, in the first half. She's the boss, and you're basically fighting the culmination of every boss here. Whereas in the second part, where you like survive her giant destroy you blast, you're just like, nope, still alive. Nope, still alive. And instead, like, you look at the background and it's now all light instead of, you know, all this, you know, dark, messy stuff. Oh, you see in the background? You're just fighting. Yeah, you're fighting in all that, right? That's what you're fighting in. You're fighting all this destruction. You're fighting all that, and it's the culmination of every boss. Then, nope. And then I wish I could turn the camera in this. I hope they turn the camera at some point. But if you look to the side, that's you. That's your power kind of suffocating the last boss until eventually it doesn't show it here. In fact, they repeat it again. But basically, you are now on the upside. It's just amazing all the way. It was just amazing all the way. For last boss of Dawntrail, I don't know. I can't put my hand on it. It's not bad, but for a last boss fight, it's not bad. It's not bad. That's what I will say. It's not bad. It ruined the entire expansion for. Wait, they try to make Ed Walker ending with Dawntrail, and I hated that final cutscene of the trial. Oh, well, for Dawntrail, like I said, it's not bad. It's just I don't know. There's like, I can't put my finger on why it was like not the best. It should have been. I should have liked it more. What I'm trying to say, I should have liked it more. Just didn't. I didn't like it more than I should. And maybe that's just me feeling some type of way. I don't know. I didn't feel as though that Dawntrail had the better or the best last boss music. But hey, it wasn't bad. A Zoro-like theme. Maybe, but it was Fiend. It's Fiend, and what she was. It makes sense why it sounded the way it sounded. It makes sense. Overworld theme, that was a banger. Overworld theme. It was a banger, I guess. Seeking Answers felt more like it should have been the final one. I don't know. I don't know. Like, they did right by the theme and the music in Endwalker. Of course they had to. But, like, Dawntrail is supposed to be a new start. So I guess, you know, they weren't really trying to make it feel like, hey, this is like the penultimate boss or something like that. I guess. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Why I can't like it more. Needed to be in Lims's Culinarian Guide. She didn't get to put it put in the oven long enough. She didn't get put in the oven long enough. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. True. She's undercooked. Really like the first phase music. You really like the first phase music for Sphene? What was the second one? What was the second phase? Let me look back. Phase 2? was phase 2. Oh, that's why I don't remember it. That's why I don't remember it, because I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I completely forgot that this was that. Also, I don't like that Wooklamont just pops up out of nowhere and says, she's like, Sphene, remember who you are. And it's like, wait, why are you here? Go away. Again, they tried to put Wooklamont in front of our faces. Like her! Oh, man. That's an unnecessary. I understand, I do. And I know that you won't be swayed from your course. Then why are you here? Just let me beat her up. Let me beat her up and be on my way. Like, oh my goodness. All right, I'm turning noise gate off again. So I sound normal now. Xenos breaking through reality made sense. He was our equal and we broke reality. Xenos makes sense. He is obsessed with you. he literally made himself your equal, if not, like, I mean, he was better than you. Remember in Stormblood, he kicks your ass, and then you kick his ass, and then he tries to be desperate, and then you kick his ass again in a monstrous form, and then he comes out, he's still your equal, he gets better, and he's like, are you letting this bird thing really beat you up? Come on. It was like the best line. He was like, this kind of thing is beneath you. Why haven't you beaten your... He's like, this is your prey, huh? Why is it still alive? I love that line. I take this as your prey. I don't understand. Why is it alive? It's just... That was one of the best lines ever. Oh my god. And then Wook coming in, like her I guess it's a thing that characters come in on the final fight now, but her coming in, no. I just like, here, I think they show it in this fight. Is she here? Yeah, there she is. The main reason we're alive is because she's right there. Front face. That's the main character, guys. That's the main character. Alright, they put the battle theme in there. That's not bad. Oh, and now went to smile. Okay, right. Yeah, no, I don't like it. Again. So this is your prey. I don't understand. Why is it alive? I love... That was the best line ever. For just like to get you at it, just like why is she dead? Oh my gosh. Warrior Light fighting Xenos. The fight. Oh yeah, that fight. Oh, if you didn't choose the right answer when you first fight Xenos, you're not a Warrior of Light. I don't know what you are. You have to admit that you're having fun with this. You're like, admit it. Got you. Those are great parts. Great writing, pretty good, like, not all around great when it comes to Endwalker. It's just this story right here. I don't know why it was I don't know why Wooklamont was like, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but like, I don't hate her. She is an issue in terms of like screen time and just how much they focus on her, but like they didn't need to shove her here just because she has a connection with Sphene. Yeah, like in the first place, so did you. She put a lot of confidence in the main character. The first phase, at the very least, the first phase of phase 1, the music, I think it's okay. I actually do. I think it's actually pretty okay. Oh wait, is this? Oh, okay. I was just making sure. I was like, did somebody just make a guide for the normal fight? I honestly want to still get those wings, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about here. This is the reason why, like, here, that's why this is an issue here, why her story is kind of like, you know, at the end of it was kind of an issue. I loved her character growth. I love her as a character. And this is the reason why, in terms of music, I was just like, I don't know, I can't really put my finger on it, why I can't really like vibe with Dawntrail's music all too much. And I guess it's, yeah, even the last music, this is fine. This phase 1 is fine, phase 2 kind of suck. So oh, I wish like perhaps there's a lot of things I'm being too critical on. Maybe there's a lot. I know what I'm being too critical on. I'm being too critical on in terms of the story. But I have a lot of expectation for the story that gave us sorry, Answer, I'm about to take you. Do I have it? I think I do. I think I have the scenario. But where basically you here it is. Wait. I think I have it in. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna search it myself. I'm gonna go into my, what the heck happened here? Switch back here. What the heck is going on here? Go to studio, content, live, Endwalker. Let's see if Endwalker. Show all. Last Endwalker stream. Is that the last Endwalker stream? Of course it was. Oh, I played it for like 10 freaking hours. Okay, so here it is. I got it. Here it is. Oh, it's me in the bed.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend.
Good writing, isn't it? He just shows up out of nowhere.
Once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Charlotte to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for letting the Scions by
He comes all the way out here to the edge of the universe to be like
gorging upon what remained of the monsters.
he came here for you. That was his goal.
And hungry still for our reunion.
Oh god.
I rode the light of a star.
Like compare this ending.
The determination.
Yeah, me from the past.
This is your prey.
Oh, best part.
Determination.
I take it this is your prey.
She's just like, what in the fuck is going on?
Why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you.
It is. Why is it alive? See, that's good writing. That is absolutely good writing. Why is it alive?
I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
Look at him, he's just goading you on the whole entire time. So this is really good, man. A younger, more blissful pre-Dawntrail sake, absolutely. Stormblood music never felt bad. However, it was okay in some sports, and then really amazing other times. Yeah, I think Heaven's Word still had like it still was trying to feel its way, but overall it was good. Stormblood was fine. Stormblood was fine. I'm going to admit that Stormblood was fine. I can remember music from each and every expansion, right? Including Dawntrail. I'm not going to take Dawntrail out, but it's less memorable than even Stormblood at this point. But it's like, hey, it is what it is. The most memorable ones for me is probably, admittedly, still going to be Heaven's Word, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. And this moment right here is like one of the most memorable ones.
Pleasures
This
you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
if you did not choose the right answer for this one, I would be angry. See, like this is the most plain one. The second one, that's the most plain one. I've had enough of you. It ends here. Nah. You choose the first one. You choose the first one. All right, Suna. Choose the first one. First option, do it. Even down here, first option, do it. I mean, it's me, so.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last!
See, he gets the best one. He's just like, ah!
The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
Now, you're supposed to be a paladin here, but, you know, it's whatever. But you understand where I'm coming from with all this. I think we can close this whole entire chapter here with Dawntrail by saying that the story had a lot of ups and downs. Actually, I would say there is a good amount of ups. There were very noticeable downs. Like, wow, you've really made this character very important, and not everybody else. You really missed the mark on one of the major antagonists. I like this character, but I want to like her more. The gameplay, well, okay, everybody got skill checked for that one. So Dawntrail skill checking you now. The music, it's all right, but it's not too memorable. You know, Smile is not very likable. I don't like Smile, but that's just me. And overall, like, it just doesn't feel like it hit the best mark as an expansion. Not the best mark. It's still a good expansion. Just, it's even subpar when you compare it to that of Stormblood. And for me, Stormblood is like the weakest expansion. All opinionated. All of it. Xenos is the final answer to Kefka's question. What do you do when the villain isn't a villain, but is just motivated by boredom? And you are its entertainment. Yeah, that is Xenos. Yeah. Hey, Xenos, are you trying to, like, destroy the universe? And he's like, no. I just need you. What? I need you. Me? Yes. You. Stormblood was great after Doma. The Ruby Sea sucked. The Ruby Sea was so long. The Ruby Sea was unnecessarily long, but it was the biggest area, so kind of made sense. Stormblood wasn't even like a bad expansion. It was just like not too memorable, and it's the same thing with Dawntrail. It's not too memorable. We're surrounded by bad area called the Ruby Sea. We need Sasano to get out of there. We need to rescue him. But that's my thought process. I think we'll talk more about modern MMO design and MMO culture and its problems later. Final Fantasy's culture is 14 has, I think it's hit its like wall, or I should say it's hit its spike. People are just, social media is not a good thing for a lot of people, and people should probably not use social media all the time, because then certain opinions come out and you're questioning their validity of mental state. But it does showcase that 14, and I've been in most communities. I've seen most communities. I think there is something we can talk about with that. We used to be very inviting. Then Shadowbringers came out, and WoW people were like, okay, our MMO suck, can we join yours? And then we had like a whole bunch of people saying, no, screw you, stay away from our MMO, stick to your boring ass MMO and stuff like that. That was bad. I didn't really like that. That was horrible. Like, I really didn't like that. That whole scenario where they were just basically being just unnecessarily mean to WoW players. And even now in Dawntrail, there's more complaints. People can't really play the game in an optimized fashion anymore. The game realized that it's not really teaching people how to play the game, so they had to put in Hall of Novice, Intermediate, and I still think they need to make it mandatory. But now a lot of the problems with players is coming out, their attitudes, and how they're acting, just skill checking everything, how it's really, this game is kind of like a victim of modern MMO design. And I should probably explain what modern MMO design really is. And that is, lack of a better word, kind of, it succeeds at pretty much being very convenient. So there's a lot of conveniences in this game. A lot of conveniences. There's a lot of quality of life, but a lot of that quality of life when it comes to just MMO in terms, any MMO I could be talking about, whether it's 14, WoW, or even like RuneScape or anything like that, they implement it so it's easier for the players to get into. There really isn't like a lot of challenges. And along the way, through Shadowbringers and Endwalker, that design brought a lot of casuals in, but because of that, we get people who are dying in dungeons, complaining about the small stuff that, you know, you really shouldn't complain too much about, and having a lot of like community social issues where we're having people putting up I don't care about all this, people putting up billboards for their own little virtual dance club, getting way too into the whole sociabilities of an MMO. Whoo, things got a little crazy during that time. NPC Duty Finder is the worst invention in the game. Oh, and then there's like trusts where it's like, hey, you can go in with NPCs now. You basically play the game one player, which is another modern MMO design. Even Duty Finder is another modern MMO design. But I think honestly, that works a lot better. Like that should just stay. that should stay. But I've been playing Final Fantasy 11. And it doesn't have a lot of those designs, although it really does need some of those modern designs. One of it is like, you know, there's when you go into a dungeon, people share the same dungeon, like it's not instance. Now, I don't know what to think of that one, but that's all up to you guys, whether or not you like that. And I believe 11 has a lot more push for people to actually work together. They did put in trusts, its own trust system, which is making your own like NPC party with that one because there was a lack of actual people playing the game. That makes sense. In 14, they did the same thing. Because now there's a lack of communication. We're having a communication problem within 14, I believe. A lot less people are willing to really be in a party finder and sometimes be truthful with what they do. So I get a lot of stories of people talking about like how they put in their party finder what they're looking for. Somebody comes in and they have no idea what they're talking about in terms of the mechanics. Because they just came in saying like, hey, yeah, I do know all this. And then you get to the point where it's like you're dying at the same part over and over again. And that's a MMO cultural problem. when it comes to dungeons being instance, I think that having both shared an instance would be fine for 14, but that's just me. I don't know if they can do that. I don't know if they want to do that, because 11 is kind of unique in its way. Like, everybody's sharing the entire world, and dungeons have different scenarios in there. You can actually have like different plot points in dungeons. And one thing I do like, I really love this about 11. There's a mechanic of my most hated monster in all of Final Fantasy, the Tomberry. So when you kill Tomberries, you as a person, as a character, when you kill Tomberries, their wrath is pointed to you, right? But for some odd reason, and that's now, right? But like, I think back in the day, if players were killing a bunch of Tomberries for like experience, they forward their wrath at the players. So like, over time, they become so powerful that they start one-shotting people. And the only way to not have that go up is just like, you have to wait the reset time off of them so that they just calm down, or some other scenario that I've forgotten. But Tomberries had a shared wrath system, I believe, and then they just changed it. They changed it because it was like, they're tired of people just getting stabbed once in a dungeon and just dying because some nuthead was farming them. It was great. Yeah, and that was an 11. They changed that to being just that player, but before that, it was like every player felt it. So when like somebody, and I remember this back, there's like an opening in Rolandberry Field, and I don't know if that's still the same place. It's probably not, but Tomberries would hold like a hidden gauge system that built up over time depending on how like people killing them. So like they were getting killed within the server from players farming them, and it reached like 900 killed, and they start doing like 999 damage, and then you're just like, what the heck? You're like, what's happening? Why am I getting one shot by this green thing? And there was like a point where they just couldn't go into the dungeon anymore until the reset was put in. Yeah, the grudge was going on. Yeah, it was funny. I thought that was funny because it's like, my friend was going in. The heck? My friend was going in, and he was trying to farm some Tomberries because they give a lot of experience at a certain level, and he just got one shot. He just got one shot. He was like, all right, let's go. Boom, lost his experience. He went down one level. And he's like, what the heck? Why did this happen? But that's like MMO design of the yesteryears, where it's like shared between people and it's very communicative. Because back in those times, people would tell you like, hey, don't go into this area. The Tomberries are like fucking nuts right now. They're gonna kill you. We don't have that anymore. So like, modern MMO design and modern cultural problems is an issue for MMOs nowadays. I believe that's the case. That's what's going on. But you know, everybody has their own opinion. Everyone's rank core damage is 50 times the amount of Tomberry slain. Only uses a certain notorious monster. Generally, only one of when they have reached a certain percentage of HP, usually 25%. Modern MMO design began right in Wrath of the Lich King, beginning a normal heroic split in raids, and the introduction of LFD. The problem is now dungeons have no friction, so you can't learn. And I think that's a thing that was happening for a long time for 14 in terms of design, because for a good bit you just kind of swooved your way through dungeons. Really didn't have any pushback to you unless it was like post dungeons where it did have a little pushback. I'd laugh if I saw someone go into a dungeon, get stabbed, and die in one hit. It's like, all right, time to get some experience. Dun, 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 dun. It's just like they get started to do some farming, and they're just farming by themselves. But back in the day, you didn't have trust, so you had to farm with people. So if you're in a party and your tank gets murdered by a Tomberry, people just ran. Like, everyone split. They were just like, break, everybody split, and everybody's gone trying to get to the entrance of the dungeon, and the Tomberry's just like running after them, just. And what's so funny is there's a rubber band system that was really bad back in the day, so they would always catch up to the players. So they would just like, it was like this, their players are like running, they're like all the way up here, their friend just got stabbed, and then Tom Berry's like Tom Berry just catches up. Everybody's dying. It was a massacre. It was funny. What is my dog doing? Anyway. You're fine with dungeons being casual content. That's fair. That's fine. What I wish for is that they had harder versions of dungeons that we have in 14. Like, just harder versions. Not like mystic dungeons, just harder versions. And if they are going to do like a tier up harder thing, don't make make the enemies just hit harder and have spongy health. Give them like new abilities. I don't know. I would like a harder dungeon. Reminds me of one time my friend went into a cave in Elden Ring and asked if we were strong enough to do the process and proceed to get immediately sniped. They still catch up to you with ease. There's no running once you get aggro. Oh no, they eased up. They eased up because back in the day, they literally rubber band to you, and they would always catch up if you were far enough away. But in 11, now you can run away. It's easier to run away. Since 2.0, and just know there was bees on Ambadapur Keep, and that funny to die there. It's funny to die there. It is actually kind of funny. It is kind of funny. I would actually have to say that. Still the hardest dungeon in the entire catalog. Orm Vale still clocks bodies. I don't know if it still clocks bodies. I know Orm Vale got easier to the when it comes to the bosses, because they gave coin counter actual telegraphs. I'm like, why did they do that? Why? Why did you give the one boss that's supposed to teach you that not everything has a telegraph? Why did you do that? Me trying to run from anything in 11. I am not convinced. You're not convinced? No, trust me. Trust. You can run as long as you're running in a straight line. They can't catch you. But as soon as you start making turns, they start doing one of those like NPC bot things that when you're turning, they're just intercepting you. So you're like running, and they're just running after you. But when you start turning, they start just start intercepting. Going counter, to be fair, got pretty unintuitive hitboxes. I don't know about the unintuitive hitboxing, but it did teach me that, oh, okay, so this is the hitbox around it, okay, so they always show the ring around it, but I can't see the telegraphs. All right, so not all bosses are going to have telegraphs. Chimera boss doesn't have telegraphs and is level 38 dungeon. I know what you're talking about. It's the cave, right? I forgot the name of the freaking cave. And I should know it. I was in it like last week. Cutter's Cry, thank you. It does have telegraphs for some of its abilities. It does have telegraphs. But the problem is that it's teaching you to look at what it's doing rather than a telegraph. It does have telegraphs. It comes out as soon as the ability comes out. It's like, hey, this is it, run. What? Psst, you're dead. Or like, hey, you're too close to me, I'm about to freeze you. Did you pay attention to which eye I'm looking, or which eye is glowing, or something like that? So it's supposed to teach you to look at its abilities rather than looking at its telegraphs. That is what it's supposed to do. And I think people probably still get murked from it. New people get murked from it all the time. So Cutter's Cry is something like that. Yeah. How many times was I told to run, did just that, and still died? Were you Were you doing one of these, or were you going straight? Because if you're doing one of these, they're going to catch up to you. The way they work is that if you're like doing twists and turns, they're just going to follow the twists and turns before they catch up to you. If you're going straight, they'll never really catch up to you if you're going straight. And that's how 11 really works, you know? Get ready for a party wipe. No, that's how it is. I wish I could just demonstrate it right now, but that's how it's supposed to work for 11. Do you think NPC duties... Oh, by the way, I'm gonna throw on some... Yay, the Spotify window didn't come up over here. It came up over here. And I need my daily dose of Jungle Joyride Night. Give me a second, guys. I need to hear this. This is what keeps me up. There we go. Oh, I needed to hear that. You think NPC duties should be the easy mode, and then the regular duties should be harder and a new mechanics? I think if it should be an option for easy mode, because there is a huge discrepancy of learning when it comes to a video game in this fashion, modern MMO design. If you are put into a scenario where, yeah, now you could just put your trust in the NPCs to do the job for you, then you're probably going to look towards that design to finish a lot of the content. So, in terms of like trusts, you might be doing dungeons with trusts rather than dungeons with other people. People shouldn't be afraid to work and play with other players. The problem with modern MMO design is that it encourages people to try to do something solo rather than doing it with the other player, or, you know, getting contact with other player, getting to know the other people and having fun with other people. It's more of encouraging of, if you can do it yourself, do it. Like, I still think, because now they do it where you can play with the player characters whenever you do a new dungeon, which is fine. I think that's fine. They still give you the option to play with other players. So, Speaking of Unleash, I should post something about that. Unleash? You have something to talk about with Unleash? Oh no. Oh no. But alright. So, we're done. We're done with the whole review. I mean, my final thoughts was put in. I think I elaborated on everything on here. My brain, this is my brain, guys. This is what my brain on Dawntrails look like. Just stretched out into these wires and lines that probably don't even make sense. But I'll probably post an edited video sometime in the future. I'm really worried about this, by the way. I think I've already said that. I said that Savage and Extremes feel better, and I did say that I'm worried about the weapon progress in the future. I hope it's not like Shadowbring, or it's not like Endwalker at all, but that's my opinion. Started at 6.33, and the hardest fight in my history are two Ashy and Prime and Vana solo duty. Vana, oh yeah, Vana did take people out. Vana really did do some work at that time, didn't she? Didn't she? She made you, she skill checked you. They're doing a new Boja. It would be crazy not to put the relics in it. So people did have an opinion, and it's not my opinion. Some people did not like how your relic was tied to Boja. Just like how I think Eureka was kind of the same thing. I did not like Eureka. They said it gets better in 3 and 4. I still haven't made it to 3. Well, Black Mage and couldn't do the orbs. Oh no. Yeah, I think I should have put that in there in terms of gameplay, that the Final Fantasy just hates Black Mages now. Just doesn't like you. You be the most innocent bystander and it's like you're a black mage trying to do all the damage. You don't do that anymore. You're not the most powerful anymore. Sorry, but you know, it just doesn't like you. The game doesn't like you. It doesn't want you to do anything. Did she? Yeah, she's Vana skill checked a good amount of players. But that's it. That's all she did. She was a little bit of like a fence for you to jump over. Do I need to play more Black Mage now? Well, it's up to you. I still think the game is just like, you know what? Screw you. First phase I cleared easy, but the orbs. Yeah, I always played Dark Knight through and through, so it felt like it was very much for like the melee. There being an option for Boja, it just should be substantially more than 1500 and less efficiency than the Boja way. If we're talking about, yeah, the relics, I was not a fan of Endwalker's relic progression, because all you really did was farm some tombstones, and then you use the tombstones to upgrade to get the ingredients so that you can upgrade your weapon, and that's all it did. There was no amount of actual, I don't want to say work being put into it. And that's the thing about Dawntrail, that's the thing about 14. It doesn't give you work to do, which could be a positive, because people can't play games all the time, but it does not give you like in-game work to do. Not like how World of Warcraft, or especially like RuneScape, which gives you the most amount of work out of all the MMOs. World of Warcraft gives you work at endgame all the time. 14 doesn't really give you too much work. It's all optional. It's like really optional, which is fine. I think it's probably better that way. ARRs, relic variety. People didn't. I believe the most infamous relic grind was the light grind. I think that was the one people hated the most, because you had to like find like the right dungeon to do the light grind in, and you're just doing it over and over and over and over and over, and people did not like that. Boja was near perfect balance. I think outside option was a little too hard, and you had to finish the storyline to access the steps. It was just kind of silly. I think what they could do with Boja, not just be there for the relics, but for other things just as well. Like maybe some sort of cosmetic outfit, maybe mounts. Like, people do things for a purpose, usually for some sort of reward or a prize at the end of it. It's usually what people do to get going in terms of video games. Nowadays we have shortcuts. People just shortcut their way. As you may know, in games like Genshin Impact, this is Enlist Zone Zero, all those other gacha games, you get rewarded every 5 minutes. And the amount of work you put in is for like the fraction of another reward that you get in the future, or you're building up currency so you can like pull some sort of 10 pull or something like that. Something that should always be avoided. But what we're looking at here is a game that doesn't give you work at the end of things, except when it happened to be Eureka and Boja. Eureka really emphasized on a lot of references of 11, so it was a lot of you partying up with a lot of people, which I appreciated. It was just a lot of it was really upsetting. They really made the homage of 11 and Eureka, the first two at the very least, and I do think the third and the fourth is probably the same thing. Boja, they found a balance in that. I think they just needed more rewards coming out of it that was worth it. There were rewards, by the way, in Boja. It's just not really worth it. Never done Boja or Eureka. Boja is, in my opinion, is the better of the two. Eureka. Some people love Eureka. Not me. Oh yeah, because it's completely optional. It's for relic weapons, both of them. But we have the duels in the field notes. You do have the duels. Boja, I did like the scenarios with Boja. I did like they picked somebody to do a duel, like 1v1 against a boss. That was fun. Red Chocktober. Never forget Red Chocktober. A lot of people want something new, then complain when they get it, but it's a degree on the complaints. Sometimes you need to hear out what they're complaining about. Not to say that you need to adhere to what they're complaining about. Blizzard's rewards so poor they put one of the final rare mounts in the Fate vendor in the 14 mobile game. Oh my gosh. They I like the aesthetics of Eureka. I think the design of where they were going with elemental powers was making sense. I don't really have too much of a complaint about that. I don't even have a complaint about you having to team up with people. I think, however, the design of it and how like they punish you for your failures, that was like my problem with Eureka, and they made it explicitly difficult for anyone to go in with just like yourself if nobody else was on, because Eureka's empty. So it's like they made it so that you can do it now by yourself in Eureka, but it's like in the beginning, because of how MMO culture was, and it didn't emphasize on actually playing up with people you didn't even know. Like back in the day, people would like, because I was a tank in 11, people would just go through a list, see that I was a tank and I was available, and they would just whisper at me, and they were just like, "So you're a tank, right? And I see you're at level 11. Do you want to, join up in our party? We need a tank." And I'd be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I was about to level up anyway." So like, there's none of that. Can't help new people leveling without going through Mega Chank. Lots of it is their standards which you can put out, get out of control. Hell yeah, Red Boy. Oh gosh. So dead content? At this point, yeah. Boja and Eureka are dead content. There's no real reason to go back in there unless you're trying to get the relic weapons. And there's no extra rewards. Anything that would be, well, not entirely true. Boja and Eureka does have certain cosmetics, but none that's really too like, really too fun to get. And then there's the mounts. You do have mounts in both of them. Bring your friend. Hi newbie, you do all the work while I stand and heal in the corner. Since I have new eyes and not any nostalgia for old stuff. What they have a lot of complaint about is the alt job leveling taking forever. You should get a role completion bonus for your armory. A lot of people have the oh wait, the Chimera does it. Oh wait, no, yeah. There's we've had this complaint for years when it comes to leveling your job, not alts. Differentiate the two, alt characters and jobs. When you're leveling in your jobs, you got to go through the same snag as like your main job. Your main job flows through easily because you're doing the story, so it kind of levels up along with the story. But when you want to level up another job, you got to go through all the shenanigans of it, waiting for queues to pop for your dungeons. You're going through your dailies and checks, so you can get your extra experience from that. It is what it is with that. Again, they don't push you to play long hours at a time in 14. They just don't do that. Like a role completion bonus for your armory. Like if, cause I have my tanks, they're all leveled at 100. So I don't know. They probably did that on purpose, making jobs still a chore to get up. I don't know. You can go through fates. If you run a fate party or you follow a fate party, get like 500k experience, or at the very least you get a good amount of experience. Not 500k, I'm sorry. You get a good amount of experience doing fate trains, so you could follow those. You get a lot of experience that way. That's how people usually level up fast anyway, is just follow fate trains or do fates. So you could do that. Wish they give us max level tomes for doing roulettes on our alts. Max level tomes. Yeah, you know, I would like that even though I'm doing dailies on my max level any job, that perhaps you can use, like, get some sort of experience pot that you could put on any other job. I don't know. Still time spent in game weekly does not matter. All right, other than that, I think we're good. I think we're good. What I was going to do, I was going to go off and play some Marvel Rivals. It has become one of the 3 games that I've been, like, obsessed with. Should be like 300% experience for a role you have in current expansion. So if you have a 95 paladin and need to level Gunbreaker from 60, it should be a 3 times experience on all gains. I mean, that's an interesting take and an interesting way, honestly. I mean, I wouldn't see that as a negative. I think that would be a fun, kind of a better idea for those who don't have all the time to play 14. So honestly, that they could do that. They could do that. I just don't know if they want to do that. Like, the game gives you so much leeway of not playing in the first place. So saying like, hey, if you work on this, you get 3 times the experience. But I do think it's a good idea. Like 300 times the experience, I should say. The only real highlight for Boja that I got was that one time where I got the 2 rarest field notes. My highlight is actually beating a duel, winning at a duel as a tank. I won against that general guy. So I felt good about that. Like, if you had one job that's at level 100, there should be like a multiplier. So like, if you had your black mage at level 100, you should get maybe like a 2 times multiplier. And then you got like your summoner up to level 100, you can get like maybe a 3 times multiplier. I don't know. So that it goes a lot smoother. I don't know. There's plenty of ideas. Boja was fun, honestly, and raids were challenging. Boja was fun. It was a whole party in that one. It was a whole entire party. I remember where I said, I hate Red Shocktober, and then I got stuck in that freaking in that raid, and I was a tank, and all that Red Chocobo really did was look at me and say die. People got skill checked because its telegraphs were all over the place. Honestly, it was fun. It was fun. Thoughts on materia, substats, and tenacity, etc. I think materia is not being used at its fullest. It's only being used for stats and growth of stats, and people are going to go towards the best stats anyway, which at this point is just crit hit. So I think materia, in my opinion, could do a lot better if it took a little bit from certain ARPGs to give you like a little bit of individuality, a little bit of uniqueness for the player. So not just give you crit hit, but maybe that materia also ups you know, it also gives you more armor. Maybe it increases spell speed a little bit. And if it's like a rare materia, like it gives you like a flame sword or an extra bonus if you are using a bow, or, you know, if you're... Here's a scenario. So for materia, if you know the traditional means of materia, it comes from Final Fantasy VII. Materia is used to up your stats on the character, right? If you're trying to optimize your character, you would always choose the optimized stats. So usually it's crit, determination, or direct hit. Now, I figure materia could also give you an extra ability, up a skill or something, or do something that, you know, ARPGs are really good at when it comes to their skills and their abilities with gems, and that's something like materia, or make it like, you know, Final Fantasy VII a little bit, where like, hey, I have a materia that says flame wall, and I'm a black mage, and when I put this materia on, it gives me, it turns my fire 2 into a flame wall, which does extra fire damage, although 14 does not care about elemental weaknesses, because there is none. But I would think that the materia that gives you extra abilities, up certain skills, would be a lot more fun than what we have in terms of materia. And that goes along with stats as well, because people pay way too much attention, at the very least for in-game and hard content. They pay way too much in terms of stats, and then it just becomes a crit, direct hit, det game, which is boring. Like, nobody really cares about tenacity for a tank at all, because honestly, you're getting healed perfectly fine from a healer, and there's no real need to do tenacity. It's supposed to be like, oh, it ups your strength, it ups your health, it ups your defense ability. But it's like, you don't need that. You need damage. Like, you need damage. You don't really need, like, health. You don't really need defense. Your healer is so powerful that you don't need to worry about that. Just do more damage, tank. Just do more damage. That's what they care about, and that falls into the whole modern MMO design. Maybe a proc effect, like what PS did. Cherry doesn't go optimal. Depends on the class. Cherry doesn't care about hitting top parts, as long as we clear. That's all that matters. Well, casuals won't think about it, but people who are in game will. People who do not in game, but who are in doing harder content will. If you're doing Savage and Ultimate, that matters to them. Well, I think materia should go into the line of extra skills. Not just stats. Like, yeah, stats included, but like maybe there should be different tiers of materia, like normal materia, maybe high tier materia, maybe rare materia, maybe uncommon materia, maybe like legendary materia. I know I've been playing a lot of ARPGs, but I think materia could go to that route. Yeah, that means that they have to put a lot more work in like the effects and abilities and stuff, but at the very least, like, if say like for a Dark Knight they had like a materia that allows them to do 2 hits instead of 1 hit with their soul eater, so it'll do like soul eater, and then the effect is the materia says that it leeches more HP out of it, and it also does power slash for the second hit. Like it turns into power slash, so it's like soul eater and then power slash, but you get like extra leech ability off of that, you get extra health off of that. You know, the thing about PoE 2 and even Diablo and even Last Epoch is that when it comes to the different gears, resources, and all that other stuff, it's... Sorry, let me get this face cam up in this piece right here. It's fun to mix and match to see what you can create in terms of your character. That's why it's so fun. Materia was basically like that in 7, just not stretched out all the way, but you would have somebody be, everybody could be a designated healer, everybody could be a designated mage, because there was really no job in the game. But depending on the materia, like, you know, Aerith had the most amount of MP. She's the best at healing people because her abilities pertain to that, so you give her the healing materia. Or you give lightning materia to Cloud because he has a better affinity with lightning, and you give him lightning materia so he could just zap people across the face, while giving him more strengthening materia, more HP. You do that to Barret, give him more HP. They emphasize that in the remakes and Rebirth. So it's like, come on. I think materia is very slept on in terms of what they could do. They're not at their full potential. Camera's having a real hard time with the focus. Of course, because I got a tree back there, and I got my mic right here, which is not my face. It's focusing on my face. So wherever my face is, it's gonna have that little bit of like weirdness going on to it. Whole parse mentally is the main reason why I just like playing DPS with randos. That's, yeah, I'm getting tired of people constantly trash talking because apparently you're not playing the way that they want you to. MMO culture problem. That goes into the MMO culture problem. Yeah. People come in and start saying you're not doing enough damage. And if you're still getting the content done, your damage is not the problem. Maybe there's a bit of skill that maybe you're lacking, but you're getting the content done. So as long as you're getting the content done, I don't think there's a problem. But people who are pulling in parse are saying like, why are you doing so little damage for no reason? Those people are just toxic, and unfortunately that's part of the culture of MMOs. World of Warcraft started it, and you know, it's always going to be on. I mean, a lot of these people, you gotta realize that a lot of these people who are going through parses, looking at third-party websites and using third-party programs, right? These people are giving themselves a leg up. They're not hindering themselves because they're using, you know, the options that are out there and the resources that are out there. But I myself want to play the game at its purest. But I do use the calculator. Do I hassle people about it? No, I'm mainly focusing on myself, and if anybody knows where they're at in terms of damage, I'll let them know, and that's about it. So it's up to you to whether or not you want to, you know, do something about what you're doing when it comes to whatever content we're doing. But I don't hassle anybody about it. I don't really say like, hey, you're doing the least amount of damage or something like that. Like, for instance, there's a lot of times where I out damaged Nita, but that was like the past patch. In this patch, Nita's out damaging me in terms of a tank because they decided, you know what, Dark Knights don't need to be that powerful. I'm like, it's whatever. If somebody got at me because I was using a Dark Knight and not a Gunbreaker, I'd ignore them, really. I'd be like, there's no real reason for me to change to Gunbreaker for that little bit of extra damage. No, I don't need that. Don't need it. Don't need it. It was about healers in Final Fantasy 14. Trying to outdo everyone in DPS is stupid. Human nature is all about competition. Can't really change that, really. Everything's a competition. Though honestly, that's kind of the reason why I always played support roles in games. I don't really care what role I'm in. I just like being a tank in a lot of them. Just like in Marvel Rivals. Speaking of which, I'm going to try and boot that up and see what happens to the camera here. Let you play support because that's the role. I mean, it's kind of funny. I tried to play, and this usually comes into line with a lot of people who are, in DPS. What the heck? Did I not launch it? I think I got booted back. Oh, okay. Seems like, seems like I'm having a problem getting to Marvel Rivals. Oh, I'm just gonna have to figure out what the heck that is. Wow, there's a bunch of people actually playing for a long time, preparing. Think I broke the game. Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably re-download it because it's not letting me play. Never mind, it's letting me play. Damn you, Chinese game, trying to make me a liar. I'd hope you look just a bit. For what? Always the tenacity and tanks for always build tenacity for tanks so people can just cry in their corner about it. Well, I mean that's up to you if you want to do that. Completely up to you if you want to do that. I'm not the Reddit link. Yeah, I can look at it. Did you post it in stream or did you post it in the Discord? I mean, you could always DM it to me. Did you post it in stream? Because if you posted in stream, it might have gotten blocked. Hopefully it didn't. General tab in Discord? Alright, let me check real quick. Alright. Well then let me do one of these bits. Can I just... I can just do that. Okay, cool. All right, let me see. The green roll. Wait, I think I've seen this before. The green roll healers. I'm gonna throw this back on. As a healer strike from... Really? Wait, 10 hours ago. Okay. As a healer strike from DT launch and growing division between the camps, what factors have led to the almost useless role of a healer given tanks, especially warrior, console a majority of the bosses after Heavensward? If you could, would you increase MSQ damage output from bosses to make it feasible to continue on without a healer in the boss fight with you? Is QBU 3 too afraid of making the MSQ require any thoughts from a new healer's players? I just have a lot of questions regarding this issue, since 1/4 of the Dungeons group has a goal to reduce all button press down to one button, whereas all other jobs are rewarded by pressing more than one button. If all you did as Black Mage was cast Blizzard for 100 levels, like a 2.4 WoW Frost Mage, something fundamentally broken in the design space in the game that created this bizarre paradigm. No one seems to agree on what to do. A side says you can't just give them more of a DPS rotation. Another wants healer to heal more. Nobody wants MSQ content increasing in difficulty, so everything circles back to stagnation, and it becomes almost unrecommended to play a conjurer for new players because it is a boring job with no point in MSQ after 50, because tanks can now solo everything except some DPS checks. How can you make this role feel fun? Would you also remove bloodwetting, raw intuition from warriors and get... This seems like just like a personal issue they have with warrior, because this is not, I mean, this is not the same issue that you would get for a gunbreaker or a dark knight. That seems like a warrior issue for them. And even paladin, you'll need to help them out, because if they start using clemency on themselves, they're using their resources that they could be using for damage. But like, I think this is a personal issue for these people, for this person. This seems like a personal issue for this person. I don't know what kind of... Yes, warriors can protect themselves in dungeons. They don't take a lot of damage if they go into bloodwetting and start doing things with raw intuition and all that other stuff. Okay, that's part of the design of warrior. I don't think you should take that away. And in terms of like damage, if you start doing that, putting more damage onto the mobs, which by the way, the most amount of damage you're ever going to see in one place are dungeons, because you're going to be fighting like 5 or so mobs at a time. Like, tanks will take one mob and take it to another mob, and it's a collab kind of thing going on with the tank and the healer, where the healer is keeping them alive. And if the warrior can help themselves from not dying, yeah, I think bloodwetting should stay. And if this is like some sort of response because Xenosis Vex basically went in with no healer in that one dungeon, he's like on some other level of like high tier tanking anyway. So like, that's a complaint that really shouldn't even be there. I don't know. This person, I don't know what server they're in. I don't know who they play with. I can tell you for sure that at the very least 3 out of the 4 tanks will need a healer, especially the Dark Knight, which has 0 sustainability, even though it's supposed to have sustainability, but it literally has none. And Gunbreaker, which has small sustainability, and you have, yeah, the Paladin that has high defense and it has its own sustainability with its own heals. I don't see... This is kind of weird. This is ridiculous. This is kind of ridiculous. 3, yeah. I mean, even the warrior will have that downtime where, yeah, it doesn't have bloodwetting for it to keep itself alive. Absolutely. It has heal buttons. It can keep itself alive much better than all of the 4 tanks. You wrote that, so it was you. I'm the source of the post. You wrote that. Oh, I should probably see that like up here as Ashley. Should have told. Well, here's my thing to you. Here's my thing to you. Warriors are not infallible. Especially Dark Knight and Gunbreaker needs a healer. And I'm gonna speak directly to you. I'm gonna speak directly to you, Ashley. And I'm not going to say that you probably haven't felt it, but upping the damage in dungeons probably would not help. In fact, that might cause more of a complaint from a lot of people, because it's already skill checking people at this point in Dawntrails. if you're focusing on how the warriors work, like, I should ask you, how do you feel about Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, and Paladin in this case? Because it's like the green healer role. I can definitely agree with you with the whole one button issue. That is a problem. They shouldn't just have it so that the healer is doing one button throughout a dungeon, which is the heal button. But if you're only using one button as a heal, I don't know if you're like doing your best as a healer. I just want a reason to use 90% of your kit. That's the thing. You're right in the fact that when it goes into a dungeon, you're not using 90% of your kit. Because for most, if not, for a lot of Shadowbringers and Endwalker and how it was, healers did not have a lot to do a lot of the time if the tank was good. Nowadays, we're seeing a lot of tanks that are not good and they need extra healing. I don't know what, I don't know if you, like what server you're in, but I'm in the Crystal server, Crystal data center and all those servers. And I find a lot of tanks, a lot of times when I'm healing, who kind of just, you know, they need that healing. And sometimes they don't even put in mitigations. And I have to question that. And they're not like, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose or they're doing it to troll or anything like that, but they just do it. Like they don't do mitigations. And then I have to sit there and just like put 1, 2, 3 different heals up, make sure that my area heal goes off. I'm usually playing like either like Astro. Like I'm trying to play like a lot of Astro, or I'm playing a lot of Sage, and it's like I have to put a barrier on them, and then I gotta heal, attack, heal, and another barrier. If I'm Astro, I'm trying to put up cards, so I'm like card, try to get the buffs out to the DPS. Oh wait, I got this one. I got this buff. I can put it on the tank, make sure they don't get hit as much. They don't put mitigations up, they're dying. I'm like, what's going on? Make my presence of mind act like a inner release and give me 3 free afflatus miseries. That would be a fun idea, wouldn't it? If you're in the role of a white mage, I think that they could make it so, because you're still getting hit the hardest, right? You're still getting hit the hardest. Wait, oh, and people actually responded to this. That's crazy. Healing is fine, people just need to do harder content. You're still just mashing glare 90% of the time, it's no different. Yeah, if you're just doing a lot of healing and you're not actually, this first thing is just like, healing is fine, people, you're just mashing glare. Anyone that thinks just adding more DPS and healer would fix them doesn't understand anything. What a disingenuous and awful's take. Who's he responding to? Oh, okay. He's responding to this guy. It was a top 5 commenter apparently. What is this disingenuous take? I've played healer in all levels and content, including ultimates, and I can tell you the only reason why I stayed with the role for as long as I did was because Astro Card's actually giving me something to fucking do. The second they remove it, it's going to be into Dawntrail. I was immediately turned the off. It's funny you think it wouldn't, and this is the community at its best here. You know, they like to bash people. It's funny you think it wouldn't change anything. I think there's a big discrepancy in terms of roles just as well. In terms of jobs, Astro, the reason why I like playing Astro is because, yeah, you do have something to do. But, like, if most of what you're doing as a white mage is just pressing glare and not, like, an AoE, or maybe doing some sort of buff, and that's how they designed white mage at its point, it's kind of a failure on the job's design. Which I don't play too much of white mage, I'm gonna admit at that, but like, holy crap, nerf the sustain. Wait, don't do this. Nerf tank sustains across the board. Bosses have max HP buster that go on a random player and aren't on a set timeline. What? Bosses have a max buster that goes on a random player and aren't on a set timeline, only on a budget. Same for raid wides. Yes, even in casual content, every healer gets a gimmick to access its bigger heal. I mean, it should be doing that in the first place, as well as DPS abilities. They should give more DPS abilities to healers. Be the cleric stance, nurturing your own ethereal lilies by healing it and benefiting XYZ, placing nulliths around the area or whatever. Congratulations, healers aren't boring as fuck. So you're saying nerf sustains from tanks? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ever suggest that, because Dark Knight already has no sustain. Gunbreaker barely has a sustain, and Warrior, and they're basing this off of Warrior. Please don't base this off of Warrior. This is not the best response. Giving me DPS Buster and Healer Buster make it extra spicy with some debuffs to Asuna. So I don't think this is the best idea, because if you start nerfing tank sustains, then Dark Knight will really have no sustains. They would literally have to 100%, and that's what they did before. They would have to 100% rely on their healer. Remember their ultimate. Remember this. Remember. Ashley, if you're still there, I need you to remember what Dark Knight's ultimate is. Or, you know, their big invuln. You gotta remember what their invuln is. Their invuln sucked. Their invuln sucked. And it killed them all the time, because healers did not pay attention to a Dark Knight using their invuln. It was not noticeable until they put it in the chat, and it's still there. Was not noticeable. Do not nerf a sustain for where a tank doesn't have a sustain. So like Ashley, if you're still there, I wouldn't take this guy on that one, on that part. I wouldn't say that. Bosses have a max HP percent busters that go on random players and aren't on set timelines. Okay, so bosses will always have some sort of AoE that hits everyone anyway, right? Like that's always happening. Tank busters is called tank busters because if it's not a tank buster where they take most of the tank busters hit and the tank is not paying attention, their mitigation is not going off, they die or their health goes down low. Healer has a job for that. I think this all comes around to the warrior, honestly. So like Ashley, have you like healed a Dark Knight or a Gunbreaker? If they want a class that focuses on skills, they could also play Astro. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. They want healers to actually, all healers to fairly be like doing something. Scholar, do something. Astro is always doing something because they're messing with their cards, but in a lot of cases, if it's a basic dungeon, they're pressing like 1 or 2 heal buttons, not really attacking. I think healers should have more in it when it comes to a fight. I think they should have more attack abilities at the very least. More frequency on raid wides. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. More raid wides. But you gotta be careful, because if they start doing like more raid wides, more tank busters, people getting hit on purpose and they can't dodge or move out of the way, the healer is going to start having a much harder time. So even if you're paying so much attention on the tank, now you gotta pay attention to everybody else. You know, I don't know. 1 every 20 seconds to match Lily generation. 1 every 20 seconds. So then now it's a matter of a healer keeping up with their MP. It's gonna be that way. But if that's the way you want it, I mean, who am I to say? I think as a Dark Knight main, I don't really have a self-sustain. I wish I could get myself back up and like lickety split by myself, kind of like a warrior does, right? I wish I could do that. I can't no more. And it's like, well, yeah, you have Abyssal Dream. I'm like, yeah, I have that every 60 seconds. 60 seconds is a little long. Like, I'm being devoured by like 5 or so mobs of enemies. I throw out Abyssal Drain to heal me up a little bit, and then I'm at the mercy of my healer, which is, I mean, healers want to do something, that's fine. That's fine. Man, just actual rotation would fix, an actual rotation for healers would be fine. Even a simple 1, 2, 3 building to a 4 spender, the 1 minute buff. Oh yeah, actually kind of agree. A 1, 2, 3 for healers. But now we have to think about this for a second. Glare, 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 glare. That is funny. Glare, 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 glare. No, that's White Mage. White Mage has that central problem. I should be there for a reason other than 20% damage contribution with 1 damage button. Well, okay, why? You should be there for more of a reason than a 20% damage contribution with a 1 damage button. I think it wouldn't. I think there would be a different way of saying it if you had more than 1 button to press. Because 20% damage contribution to anything, I mean, I'm gonna say this right now. All respects to healers, right? And I want them to be able to have fun with what they're doing, especially when it comes to damage. But the damage threshold is always like DPS will do like more than 60 to 70% of like any boss or fight. And then you have the tanks who are basically doing like 20 to 30%, right? So let's just be genuine. Let's be generous here. So DPS do 50% of the damage. Tanks will do 30%. That's like already 80%. And then you're looking at healers doing 20%. I don't think that's a bad trade-off, because the healer, in my opinion, is still kind of like the lifeblood of the party. You're keeping everybody alive, right? You're doing your damage, and if you want to do more damage, right, I think it's fair for them to have more than just glare. I think they should have a 1, 2, 3. I think they should have dots. I think they should have like special high attack abilities once they reach a threshold, right? But like, I think doing more than just that 1 button glare is fair. I just don't think that going beyond the 20% threshold is gonna be feasible, because like a tank is also just basically a sub DPS. They just take a lot of hits. They're the heart of the party. They take a lot of hits. They're the ones getting the most heals, and they're also the one having the most attention when it comes to a tank. Glare, Broil, Malefic, Dosis, and Nogium. I think there should be like a glare that goes into maybe like something else to like a big hit. There's the broil, of course, Malefic, and yeah. There's like broil, which I think they should have a 1, 2, 3. Honestly, they should have a 1, 2, 3. That 1, 2, 3 can contribute to maybe even their healing or their buffing. But like, in my case, I don't want more damage buttons as a healer. As I said earlier, I just want more ways to support the party during healing downtimes. Now, a lot of people are going to think like you, Rio. I would say you're kind of like a black sheep in that family. Because a lot of people are bored with that. If they're just healing, they get bored. Because they're not really contributing. They think they're not contributing. And that's kind of like a misunderstanding here. People should understand that when you're healing, you're contributing a lot more than you think. The fact of being is that it doesn't feel like it. Subcasters don't operate off of the same combo system. Casters have not really like a combo system. They just have cast sets and procs, really. Like, for instance, summoners as a caster, they don't really have like a 1, 2, 3 or anything like that, but they do have like set spells that they can pick and choose from in order to go about a way. So, and each time they do that, it's like a different feel for each. Like, say they're going to Ifrit. Ifrit's a long cast, but it does big hits. Titan does like medium, regular hits, and Garuda does fast hits, and they have an AoE to it. So Way Healer now is fun. Not a lot of people think that way, Cherry, because healers have it. Healers nowadays, and I think I should pick like another one. Healers nowadays, and look, there's like I gave up on being healer because I got bored pressing 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 1 1. Now, if you have a good tank, yeah, that's basically gonna happen to you. 1 1 1 1 1. People are bored because they're not really doing anything. But yeah, the main problem I have with healing is that if you're playing White Mage or Sage at the moment, healing downtimes are just a snooze fest. Healers are fun when people are making mistakes, which is a shame, because you want to encourage them not to make mistakes. If they're making mistakes all over the place, then, you know, that person's really not playing well. They should come to Crystal most of the time. You're focused on healing the tanks. Yeah, well, I think what Sage was supposed to do was if you're using your abilities to like do damage to any of the monsters or mobs, you're also healing at the same time. But you still need to go and do pure healing onto you're doing pure barriers, doing pure heals. What this game, but here, I'm going to explain, and I'm going to tell you what the main reason why we're at this point with healers. I'm going to tell you. Because there is no variety in combat to change up the feel for the player. The variety in combat is usually just the same thing. Dodge a telegraph, get hit tank buster, raid wide, heal through that. Keep hitting the boss with every spell in whatever manner you want. I don't care, but if you're doing it optimized, you do more damage, right? You focus on crits, you focus on determination and direct hits every other time. You're only focusing on damage. It's damage, it's damage, it's damage, it's damage. That is the problem. When you focus so much in an MMO, modern MMOs, on how much damage you're doing or what damage you're doing, they're not going to focus on the uniqueness of a class or job. So you have a White Mage that has all these healing abilities, but has like 3 attack abilities, which makes it incredibly boring. Nobody's going to want to play that job. The reason why Astro is fun is because you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! On the side. You're like, I have summoned Exodia. Someone's having fun playing cards. That's why I liked Astro when it came out, because like the intricate nature of cards when it came out in Heavensward was fun. And then they realized after nerfing the ever-living crap out of it over the 6 years, they were like, oh shit, we messed up. So they gave us a little mini version of that in Dawntrails, and now it's fun again. Sure you like Scholar the way it is though? Though same with White Mage. Well, like I said, you're the minority. I'm pretty sure you and like Rio and yourself is like the minority. Like, people aren't trying to have fun healing. People want to do numbers in terms of damage. When you base your game around just damage and focusing on the number of damage and number go high in damage, people are going to prioritize damage. I don't care about the damage that I'm doing with Dark Knight. I just think it feels bad. They need to rework it. I had to come up with a mini game of how low can I let my tank get before I use Benediction while I'm casting my dot on everything. That's the thing. If White Mages went in and maybe they had like a snare to maybe keep enemies in place. They have a stun and holy. That's fine. They have a stun and holy, and then they just, you know, spam holy anyway. But, you know, maybe if they could have something stronger than holy to use instead of holy, because it uses up all the stuns. Like, all the stuns get used up, and when you use up all the stuns in a mob, nobody else can use a stun. So maybe they could have another AoE that gets bigger and larger the more that they use it until it like does like a final burst. Maybe they can root a tree in the middle of the right? They already have a bell to heal everybody. What about a tree that does constant damage to everything around them? Let me think. What else can I, like, thinking back on what other White Mages do? Single point holy. A single point holy, something that Yuna does in Final Fantasy X. She just summons a bunch of balls and it smacks into it does a heck of a lot of damage, but it smacks into a monster and it does heavy amount of damage. How about a single point holy that, you you know, you use like every 30 seconds or builds up into the gauge until you are ready to use it at its full might. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do in terms of attack damage for a healer, especially for a white mage, but they choose not to do it. The 20% threshold on a boss, I don't think that's a problem. I think the problem is that they're bored doing it. They're just bored doing it. They're bored. They don't want to, like, when they see a warrior come in, they're like, well, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just going to press one button because the warrior is taking care of themselves. So it's like, well, shit. That's an exaggeration, though. Every warrior is going to need a healer, too. So, you know. It's pretty much, since 14 is generally all about damage healing. Very bare bone. Unfortunately, I'm not expecting that to change. It's probably not going to change anytime soon. Done. Praetorium is specifically counted how many times I needed to heal in each boss. 3 times for the Colossus, 3 times for Nero, and 9 times for Gaius. Yeah, that's... I don't even know, like, who... Wait, actually, that's... I don't know who you were running with that with. I want to be the avatar. You gotta deal with it. But that's the thing. If you choose to be a healer, you have to expect you're going to be doing a lot more healing than you're doing damage. I think you understand that, right? I think the healers in this chat understand that you're going to be doing a lot more healing than damage, right? To feel like you're not contributing is I think that's false. I think if you're going to, like, this guy down here says, like, nerf the sustain for tanks. That's not a good... No. You don't want to nerf the sustains for tanks. I mean, for a warrior, you might feel that way, but for all other tanks, don't do that. You just don't want to do that. This debate comes up over and over again. The answer really is simple, as some people say: more DPS buttons. Yeah, I think that's the case here. More DPS buttons. More to do. Only issue Cherry has with the people being mad that Warrior and Paladin can solo the issue is the casual players isn't good enough at tanking to keep them selves alive. It's only the more hardcore players that are able to do that. Well, we still have the issue with Gunbreaker and especially Dark Knight, which their self-sustain is pretty bad. Gunbreaker has like a middling self-sustain. At the very least, their self-sustain is almost more consistent. But when it comes down to Dark Knight, they need work. And they're afraid to do it. They're afraid to give Dark Knight a self-sustain because it was blasting through Stormblood years ago. It was just like every single moment they had in a mob, it was just Abyssal Drain, Abyssal Drain, Abyssal Drain, and they never lost their health at all. That pissed a lot of healers off back in the day, but it also made a lot of them laugh. I think concerns with Warrior Please nerf comes from the viewpoint of roulette enjoyers who don't like seeing a tank, any of them really, solo a boss. My solution would be just add a MSQ auto revive specifically for healers a la PvP after like 10 seconds. That way you're not a captive audience and if you die. I don't know if that's really the solution here. Making things easier on casuals without really destroying balance. I also don't think that's not the best way to go. Think of it this way. Healers feel good when they can clutch up and save a wipe. Can't tanks feel good for being able to stay alive? I mean, don't nerf a tank, please. Don't nerf a tank because you want to heal them. Don't nerf their mitigation because you think that healing, that you want to feel like you are like, oh my god, like if you think you're not really helping and carrying a tank, I don't know what to say. That's the whole warrior thing, man. Healers are even physically ranged. Physically? I thought they were magically ranged. Huh. Okay. Pretty unexciting in my opinion. So I agree there is an underlining problem. Chaotic was the first time I had fun healing, so more of the wildness, please. Yeah, I think that's what people really want. They want more unexpected, they want more, like, surprises, something that's unexpected. But 14 is so railroaded and you can honestly accommodate for things that are about to happen, right? Like I said, it's all about damage. I was a warrior like a few days ago, and people were happy about it because they didn't have to redo the boss. That's usually what happens, yeah. Overall, the big thing with me is that my mindset when it comes to healers is very, very different to other people. Since in my case, I see healers as a support, and healing is one of the jobs a support can have. 14 doesn't know what a support is. Support is supposed to be the bard. Support is supposed to be the dancer. There's like a difference between like support and healer. You know, 14 doesn't know what a support is. I've taken a habit now. I see a healer die, I ask immediately, wipe or go. See a healer die. This wouldn't be a problem if Phoenix Downs did what they were supposed to do as an item. We get Phoenix Downs in our inventory all the time and we don't do it. We don't use it for anything. We don't. It's like for the overworld. It's not for it. I mean, you could do it in a dungeon, but why do it when you have a healer who can raise, right? Or you just re-raise at the beginning of the dungeon. Like, if you're in the middle of a boss, this is what I think. Well, I think in the middle of a boss, everyone should be able to use their Phoenix Down. So they can heal by themselves, get like 25% of their health back, and then the healer will pay attention to that. If a healer uses a Phoenix Down, they get 50% of their health back so they can live a little bit longer, and they can focus on everybody else who did it, right? And they don't have to waste all their MP on raising somebody, and that long cast time on raising somebody. They should make Phoenix Downs useful. They should give healers more than just one button for attacks, or 2 or 3 of them. Give them like a whole slew of things that they can use. But yeah, mainly I think that playing games where healers do more than just healing that way, and 14 does healing, just doesn't really appeal to me that much anymore. I think a healer with a whole do more damage mindset should understand that they're not going to do that. The Blackest Night should have an additional effect. We're not talking about the Blackest Night right now. We're not going to talk about Dark Knight right now. We're not talking about Dark Knight explodes, dealing 240 potency per target and recover 500 potency per target hit. We're not going to talk about Dark Knight right now and how the Blackest Night is, you know, it's poopy right now. We're not going to talk about that. Phoenix Down 3-minute cooldown. Remove the res from Red Mage. Remove the res from Red Mage and Summoner and boost their damage to Picto and Black Mage level. Everyone is happy. Don't take away from Red Mage. I don't know about Summoner. I don't know about Summoner. They could take that away from Summoner because they're not really a healer. They're supposed to be summoning and doing damage, but don't take it away from Red Mage. Red Mage, traditionally in every Final Fantasy, always has every magic. Well, not every magic, but at the very least up to like tier 6 or tier 8 magic, which means they always have a raise. They could do, they're the jack of all trades. So what Red Mage should be able to do, and if we're going to talk about Red Mage, I think Red Mage should be more Red Mage-like. They're not really a Red Mage, in my opinion, too much in 14. If you know any of the history, Ashley, for Red Mage in 14, or in Final Fantasy in general, they are the jack of all trades, but the master of none. They do physical hits, they do magical hits, they support, they do everything. They're just not the best at everything. They're not the best at it, but they are there for backup for anything. So the monk would be like your best hard hitter, your warrior would be like the one who takes all the hits, and you would have a white mage in your party or a black mage in your party. Like, the red mage is kind of like your secret weapon if all things go bad. Selfney in 8, I think, is the only modern red mage. Selfney? You mean Sophie? Sophie is the only modern red mage. I'm thinking. You didn't have a red mage in 9. 10 technically does not have a red mage, neither. 11 has the more traditional red mage, where they learn pretty much most of the black and white abilities, and they have their own red mage abilities, but they also have like buff, debuffs, and they have a raise. Red mages from 1, 3, 5, and I'm thinking, but red mages in 1, 3, and 5 at the very least always shared white mage and black mage abilities, including raise. So no, don't take those away from red mages, because then they become less of a red mage than they already are. Before Nomura was involved, red mages existed. After 7, none. Before... Okay, so after 7, none? No, 11 had red mages. 11 had red mages, 12 had red mages. So, like, okay. So 11 and 12 had red mages. 11 was the international edition where they had jobs, and 11 had red mages. Single player games only. Well, then 12. Then 12. They didn't fit it in 13, 15, or 16 for whatever reason. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 15. They had it in 12. They had it in 12. There were red mages in 9, but you didn't play as them. They were just there. In 8, nobody was really a red mage. Nobody really had like a job in that. They kind of like after 7, they were just like, nah, we don't need jobs for nothing. I do remember in 6 somebody had kind of like red mage like abilities. I'm trying to think, because 10 there was really no traditional jobs. 11 everybody it was very traditional in 11. 12 they brought back the jobs in the international edition, and 11 was basically the same thing. Did any of the tactics games have red mages? Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Tactics Advance, Tactics A2, yeah, they had red mages, yeah. And it was basically the same thing. White mage, black mage abilities. They didn't master any of it. They had physical abilities, but they were not the master of anything. It is, you're seeing down the line, whenever a red mage was actually in the game, they had a consistency of it being like, you know, one of the best things you had early game, and then it starts slowing down when you get towards end game. And like they only went up to like tier 8 magic abilities, and they weren't as strong as warrior or monk. So after Sephiroth, the character stopped being jobs. So that's not entirely true. So after 7, they didn't really have jobs in 8. In 9, everyone had a job because Zidane was a thief, Garnet was a white mage, Vivi was a black mage, Steiner was a warrior. Garnet was kind of a hybrid. She was a white mage summoner. Her counterpart, little girl, I don't know, I'm blanking on the name on that one, but she was more of a summoner than she was a white mage. Then you had Ardent, Ardent was like the monk. You had your dragoon. You had it like pretty much everybody except for a red mage. In 9, at the very least. In 10, nobody really had a job, but everybody did have a job. So, like, Tidus was like your quick, fast warrior, Ornn was your heavy warrior, Waka was technically your ranger, Riku, she was your thief, Yuna, she was your white mage, Lulu was your black mage. They all excelled at certain aspects on the spear grid. So they did have jobs, but it wasn't like, you know, because everybody can go into anybody's sphere grid at the end of the game. So everybody did everything, but you're not going to use Lulu as a warrior. You're not going to use her to do main physical damage. You're going to use her because she's a black mage, right? 12, when they came out with their first version, nobody really had a job because you had the license board international edition. Everybody had a job. 13, technically, people had like sort of a job thing. Lightning was she was a warrior again. Snow was a monk. Hope, he was supposed to be like I wouldn't call him a healer. What was he? He was like a green mage in a way, because Vanille was kind of like the debuffer, I think. The healer. Fang was the heavy hitter kind of dragoon character. Everybody, there wasn't really like a white mage in a party. Everybody could heal themselves. In 15, there was just like designated roles. You know, there wasn't really a job because Noctis had every weapon, so everybody had a role. So, even after 7, 9, 10, 12, 9, 10, 11, 12, basically had jobs. Wow, I'm putting my brain to use here when it comes to Final Fantasy. I think what really needs to happen here is that healers need to have something more to do. I think they should contribute, or should have like a contribution in terms of damage. So having like more damage buttons for sure. And worrying about the tank not getting hurt enough so that you can heal them. I don't know how to even describe that, because if a tank can go throughout a dungeon healing itself and the healer can focus on doing damage, I think that's part of like a kind of like a self-constrained issue of the game. Like a warrior is only healing themselves, and you know that's all they're doing, so the healer has nothing to do. Yeah, for sure. Maybe like some sort of area-wide explosions or something to help the rest of the party to heal them with AoE heals. I can understand that. I can agree with that. But wanting more danger and like damage to everybody around you is not going to really help in the situation. I think what people really want, and I think what healers really need, is more opportunities to do more damage or have more buttons for damage. I agree with that. I think all the heals in their kit should be utilized more, and most of that is being utilized when like a tank gets like really low on health and you're just like, okay, I need to help them out with that. Because not all tanks, like the Dark Knight, have a good self-sustain. It just doesn't. It's going to get hurt very easily, and its mitigations will barely do much of anything. It'll hold off some of the damage, but they need healing. Dark Knights depend on healers the most. Warriors, less so, obviously, right? But when it comes to like a singular boss in like Savage or Ultimate, they are fully dependent on the healer. I think the game really brings itself to its own when it comes to harder content, but when it comes to like casual content, it's like a breeze, and it gets boring. I understand that. I think one solution would be not just giving more healers like the opportunity to do more damage with more buttons, but perhaps have harder version dungeons so that there is the opportunity of like, hey, DPS is going to get hit over there and the tank is going to get hit over there. Do something about it. Like a scenario like that. You just want your rocks back? You just want your rocks back to throw it. I don't know why they transform your rocks into just pure glaring light. I don't know why they did that. There's a lot of things that I question with 14, but hey, it is what it is, right? But that's my opinion. I think if they're going to do anything, give more buttons for healers, make more situation in like harder dungeons, because I think they should just keep the casual content so that people can go through them. It's whatever. But then like have more content, like a harder dungeon, of harder versions of every dungeon, so that it's not just spongy and hard hitting mobs, but you know, they do different abilities. Kind of like how harder versions of Savage bosses have different abilities, or they mix it up. What elements to pew pew? You just want to shoot rocks. I think white mages should have more earth abilities, honestly. Like maybe a crag or a pincer, so that they can like stop like that singular character or debuff a certain mob. I wish elements was a thing in 14. Like elemental weaknesses. I wish that was a thing. They have it in Eureka, but it's like, it's weird. Personally, I like glare more than stone. You're weird, Rio. You're weird. You're just a weirdo. Weird. Why don't you like flinging rocks, Rio? You're weird. Symbolism of white mages only to use one hand. What? I don't think I understand that one. Cherry misses hard dungeons. I mean, we do have hard dungeons. They're called Criterion dungeons. No, really, I would love harder versions of every dungeon. I would love that. I wish there was like also like certain rewards, a special unique rewards that you can get from them. Here's what I think 14 would do better with. Rework Dark Knight. Obviously, rework the Dark Knight. Everybody should agree with that one. Rework Materia, so it's more like on the line of like, I want to say like gear. Like I mean, yeah, up the gear as well, I think. Like I'll explain that one, but like, you know how gear drops happen in ARPGs and they have different effects and abilities on them, or in this case for PoE, different gems have different skills on them and stuff, and well, you select the gems really, but like you get like a really rare materia that has these cool skills and unique abilities on it. Like have like normal, uncommon, common, uncommon, rare, oh, I don't want to go to legendary quickly. I want to say common, uncommon, something in between that, maybe like magic or something, rare and legendary materia that you could put on your person to have different abilities. Make your character unique, because 14 doesn't allow uniqueness at all. So Dark Knight has the most in DPS ink. You want to make them homogenized like warrior with no brain activity? Let me double check that if that's the truth. I just so happened. Let me see. In DPS, Dark Knights do not. They no longer have the highest in DPS. What is this? No, you don't see that. What? Let me just let me just oh. You don't see anything. What the fuck? Oh, that's chat. I'm looking for Cam. You don't see anything up here. There we go. You don't see anything up there. But in terms of DPS, yeah, now no, Dark Knight is now here. We are here now. And it doesn't really make a difference. We're like neck and neck with paladins and warriors at the bottom. What happened? Patch. What patch happened? Patch. This is what happens when you put a patch in. Gunbreaker is probably at the place where they're supposed to be, doing the most amount of damage. But yeah, we're at that point. So Viper's back at the top. Pictomancer. Oh my gosh, look what happened. ADPS. RDPS. Yep. Yeah. CDPS. Oh, look at that. And one thing about any review has touched upon, I think it's a huge missed opportunity. I mean, go ahead, shoot. What do you think in terms of what your which DPS is raid exclusionary? I think at this point people are not looking forward to the summoner. I think the summoner is like the only one that nobody really wants. Because you can make, oh, maybe the machinist again? So summoner machinist, because you can make use of a bard's buff abilities, you can make use of a dancer's abilities as well. So bard and dancer are still wanted because of their support. Wow, Reaper is all the way at the bottom down here. Look at that. And so is Samurai. Oh my goodness, that's weird. And so is Black Mage. Usually these three are at the top. Got Ninja, Monk, doing some damage. You got Dragoon, almost at the top, but then you got Viper and Pictomancer. That's C DPS. You look at A DPS. You got Black Mage at the top, Samurai at the top, Viper at the top. Reaper, yay, Reaper. But look at the discrepancy here. Look at this. Jeezers, man. What is A DPS versus C DPS? If I'm correct, this is raw damage for all the, this is like raw damage, this is augmented damage. I believe NDPS is fairly the same with augmented damage. I'm not really too 100% sure. I'm not really too sure what CDPS is for. A lot of people look at ADPS to see where everybody is at. Oh my gosh, Dark Knight is higher ADPS. I think, yeah, that's augmented though. Assisted, yeah, augmented, assisted, same difference. So this is like with the help of the party. Man. So in raw our DPS is raw DPS, so this is their standalone DPS. So this is about right for tanks. That's about right. Honestly, I think Dark Knight should be under Gunbreaker, but they are so close. They are so close to Paladin that doesn't make any sense. Well, no, I'm sorry. It does make sense. It's so close to it doesn't matter, I guess. They're usually, because of how it is, they're usually in the upper echelon anyway in terms of this. So they're like here most of the time. So this is like the potential for like Paladins here. They could end up just as well being down here under Dark Knights, but they're so close to each other. Like, wait, hold on. Yeah, they're so close to each other that it doesn't make a difference anymore. Yeah, they have range. Yeah, absolutely, because they have a range combo and no downtime on it. Absolutely, right. Absolutely. Dark Knights needs to be up close and personal. But then you still got Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker is always up close and personal, but they do so many skills and chains and abilities all at once, it makes no sense. So yeah, there we go. There we go with that. Unintended skill speed. They have a lot more things to do between their rotation. They have a lot more buttons that hit harder than all the other tanks. So skill speed isn't really like what's going on here. You can keep the skill speed for a Gunbreaker and it's still going to output more damage than the rest. And that's because the way their rotations work and how hard it hits. Like ever since they made Double Down one cartridge, that really helped the Gunbreaker. It really helped him. So, I mean, that's my opinion on that. I do agree that being a healer can be incredibly boring, especially in casual content. But then when you start doing harder content, yeah, I mean, do you do harder content, Ashley? Like, do you do extreme savages and ultimates? Do you do criterion dungeons maybe, or anything else? Like, because like casual content is always going to be freaking boring. It's going to be freaking boring at times. Like, it's going to get very crazy. Bowshock plus Sonic Break dots on top of the continuation combos. The fact that they have dots also helps. Dark Knight do not have dots. Warriors do not have dots. Paladin does have a dot. They have one. Yeah, Gunbreaker has 2 dots. Yeah. Salted Earth. Is that a dot or an AoE? Because they can just step out of Salted Earth. And it happens to me all the time because I can't place my Salted Earth anymore. They're like, down, and then they just walk away. And I'm like, right, thanks. Thanks, Square. Thanks, Yoshida. Thank you for nerfing my Salted Earth. It's both. Well, the fact that you can walk out of a dot, I account it for being an AoE over a dot. Only because if you put any other dot, like Yoshi P added resalt the earth. Oh gosh. Salty Earth. I count it as an AoE only because if you can step out of it, it doesn't really count as a dot to me. Because when you apply a dot with the Paladin, it stays on the boss. It stays on whoever got hit by the dot. And the same thing with Bowshock and Sonic Break for Gunbreaker. It stays on the boss or whoever. Meanwhile, in every M1S and Cat just moves out of the Salted Earth, I'm sad. I'm sad. We can retrace ley lines. Let us resalt the earth. I think they should give me back my salted earth where I could put wherever I want. I think they should do that. But that's fair. I mean, in my opinion, I would love to see healers have more to do in terms of attack abilities. I would like to see, and this is a design of the game kind of thing, whereas the healer feels like it's faltering and why it's boring. Casual dungeon count, I don't think they want to change that because they don't want to make it harder for people who just come into the game. Have like harder versions of the regular dungeons that we have, right? I would love to see that. I don't think healers would have too much of a... I don't know if healers have too much of a complaint in Savage or Ultimate, because that's when, you know, a lot of things happen all at once. I know there are healer fights in certain Savage content. By Endwalker, you're not new anymore, I think. I think the bud goes away after that. When you're done... I don't know. I don't know when the bud goes away. Like the little leaf bud over your head. I don't know if that goes away after Endwalker. But we've been having a lot of... Like, remember, this game is not really teaching people how to play the game. They're really pushing people through the casual content. But they're not really teaching people how to play the game through the casual content. And that's why they had to open up like an intermediate Hall of Novice. Like, it's ridiculous. The leaf leaves after hitting a certain amount of playtime and you reach the last expansion. Okay, alright. Because I know returner buds stay on top of even people who come back when it comes to Dawntrail. With how many dungeons and trials you go through by Tower of Zot, you should know how to play. That is the wish and hope of a lot of people. But as I've experienced, and probably Cherry a lot, Cherry probably has to face this a lot, but for my experience, people at the very least in the Crystal Data Center, sometimes they just don't know what to do. They don't know how to do it, or they just don't know what to do, or know how to tackle an issue, even though they should have done the dungeon already, and they still get hit by everything. Like, say what you will about Deadwalk, right? You do Deadwalk enough times on that boss, you know to forego damage to dodge. So, like, I don't know. DF is basically 50-50 no matter where you are, unfortunately. I don't know. But, I mean, my opinion is like, hey, you've done everything up to Dawntrail, you should know what you're doing. Still get the people who have no idea what they're doing. But again, this is what I'm saying about the game at this point does not teach people how to play the game. They have nerfed a lot of the dungeons of ARR. Oh, we actually went through it. They've nerfed a lot of the dungeons in ARR that that people start just moving through it. They schmooze through it. They use trusts at the very least. I think they're using trust nowadays to get through dungeons in ARR. And it's like, whatever. And they can do it through, they can, not just ARR, but all the way up, honestly. They schmooze through it. They follow the NPCs because they know the right spots to go to. They don't really pay much attention to mechanics. Get the Dawntrail, they die. And then they say it's too hard. I don't know what to tell you. Somebody says Dark Knights and Endwalker. That's funny. Dark Knights and Endwalker. Tools, tools, jobs, new skills, evolution, blah, blah, blah. The good, the bad, the good Dark Knight now has most self-mitigations. Yes, it does. It does have that. Overall high APM. Salt of Earth, more than double in potency. That's pretty good. Shadowbringer is probably the bare minimum they could have done. At least it was just not Nostron during Living Shadow. Still absolutely no interaction between most of our abilities and resources. Shadowbringer can only be used under the effect of Darkside. True. Is this a callback to old Dark Knight or a cruel joke as if dropping Darkside is possible? That's funny. That is funny. Guys, I think we're done here. Think we're good. I get why people don't want to learn. I come from Dark Souls. Don't know why people don't want to learn and come again. That's more of a cultural issue with gaming. As modern games progress, the more convenience and quality of life that they put into games with no real hardship, people come out playing games at a very casual base because most gamers are casual. They don't invest a lot of time in playing games, and they don't see the reason why they should. So like things like Dark Souls and stuff puts the writing on the wall of what you're getting, so you get that. But, you know, 14, being a story-based MMO, you know, mostly about the story, people usually just want to casual go through that. Again, it is what it is. But I'm gonna say it's been a very comforting time. Hope you guys have a good time. I'm going to sit here and play Marvel Rivals. I was small and came to WoW back in 2005. I have my scars. You come from WoW. That's the thing. I will see you guys whenever I can. But I'm glad the camera works. That's like the biggest thing here. I'm glad the camera works and the blur in the background works now. So like, if I were to play like any other game that isn't 14, I could probably use the camera. Like I don't know, Marvel Rivals. Oh man, but yeah, I'm gonna be probably sitting down and playing a lot of that. You guys have a good one. You'd be down to watch a stream for Rivals? No, you won't. No, you don't. You don't want to watch a stream for Rivals. You don't want to do that. You want to know why? Where is my window? Here's my window. You wanna know why? Because I just got started. Also, oh wait, he's right here. I wanted to get the Venom. It's Venom looks cool. That's cool. I'm gonna say this right now. Overwatch 2, goodbye. Goodbye. But no, I'm probably just gonna chill out. So I'll see y'all later. Y'all have a good one, and take care of yourself. Remember, it's just a video game. It's just a video game. If I do play anything else in the future, it probably won't be 14 because I'm focusing on a lot of other things on a certain other channel. So I'm probably not going to be streaming as much anymore, but we'll see. I'll let people know when I do stream. But Marvel Rivals is like one of those fun games I play. All right, I'll see y'all. Bye-bye.